and invite you to introduce the officials accompanying you today.
Thank you, Chair. I got Ms. Samantha Livesley, Chief Executive Officer of the Department of People, Sport and Culture, Ms. Deborah Butler, General Manager, People, Sport and Culture, Mr. Francis Mills, General Manager, Sport, Recreation and Concessions, Ms. Cynthia Lognathan, Chief Finance Officer, and Ms. Rachel McMillan, Deputy CEO, Strategy, Programs and Enabling Services from the Department of Children and Families.
Thank you, Minister. I will invite you to make a brief opening statement of no more than 20 minutes. If you do make it to the 15-minute mark, I'll ding the bell. Sounds like that. It's just fun to ring the bell. I'll then call for questions relating to the opening statement. The committee will then consider any whole-of-government budget and fiscal strategy-related questions before moving to output-specific questions. I will invite the Shadow Minister to ask their questions first, followed by committee members. Finally, other participating members may ask questions. The committee has agreed that other members may join in on a line of questioning pursued by a Shadow Minister rather than waiting for the end of the Shadow's questioning to that output. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of People, Sport and Culture?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair, it is a privilege to appear before the committee as Minister for People, Sport and Culture, Disability, Arts, Youth, Seniors and Equality, Multicultural Affairs and Veterans. These portfolios are diverse, but they share a common purpose. They are about people. They are about creating opportunities for Territorians to participate, contribute and thrive while strengthening the communities that make the Northern Territory such a unique place to live. Chair, these portfolios also sit at the heart of the government's commitment to the Restore the Territory lifestyle. When we speak about the Restoring the Territory lifestyle, we are talking about more than infrastructure, services or programs. We are talking about the things that make living in Northern Territory special. We are talking about strong communities, vibrant sporting clubs, thriving arts and cultural activities, active and connected seniors, opportunities for young people, support for veterans and their families, inclusion for people with disability, and communities where people from every background feel welcome and able to participate. The Territory lifestyle is not something that can be manufactured by government. It is built every day by Territorians. It is built by volunteers who coach junior sport, by veterans who continue to serve their communities, by artists and performers who tell our stories, by multicultural organizations that bring people together, and by community groups that create opportunities for people to connect and contribute. The role of government is to support those efforts, remove barriers to participation, and create the conditions that allow communities to thrive. That is the role of the Department of People, Sport and Culture. The department has a unique responsibility across government because its work reaches every stage of life and every corner of the territory. From supporting young people to make positive life choices, to helping seniors remain active and connected, supporting people with disability to access services and opportunities, investing in sport and recreation, preserving our cultural heritage, and recognizing the contribution of veterans and multicultural communities. Every investment delivered through this department contributes to stronger communities, greater participation, and a better quality of life for Territorians. This work is central to the government's priorities of the restoring the Territory lifestyle, rebuilding the economy, and reducing crime. Strong communities are safer communities. Communities where people are connected, engaged, and participating are communities that are more resilient and better positioned to face future challenges. In 2026-27, the Department of People, Sport and Culture will continue delivering significant investments across disability services, sport and recreation, arts and culture, veterans affairs, youth services, seniors programs, and multicultural affairs. One of the largest areas of investment remains disability services. The Northern Territory government continues to contribute around $130 million annually towards the National Disability Insurance Scheme, while also working alongside jurisdictions across Australia to deliver important reforms arising from NDI's review and Disability Royal Commission. Importantly, the Northern Territory has secured $34 million in joint funding through the Thriving Kids bilateral agreements, supporting earlier intervention and improved outcomes for Territory children with developmental delay and autism and their families. For veterans and their families, we continue to deliver Operation Thrive, the Northern Territory's first defense veteran strategy. Through this work, we are supporting transition, employment, well-being, and recognition for veterans and their families while progressing the Territory's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The Northern Territory has a proud connection with the Australian Defence Force, and we remain committed to ensuring veterans choose the Territory as a place to live, work, and contribute. We also continue to support our multicultural communities, whose contribution to the Territory's social, cultural, and economic success cannot be overstated. This year, we look forward to progressing a new 10-year multicultural strategy and action plan while continuing investments that strengthen community participation and celebrate the rich diversity that helps define the modern Northern Territory. For seniors, our focus remains on promoting healthy aging, preventing elder abuse, and ensuring all the Territorians remain connected, respected, and valued members of our community. We will continue our strong partnership with Kota NT and support initiatives that encourage participation, well-being, and community connection. For young people, we are continuing investments that create opportunities, build resilience, and encourage positive engagement in community life. Programs delivered through the NT Youth Strategy, the NT Youth Roundtable, and the Regional Youth Services Program provide practical support and opportunities for young Territorians to have their voices heard and contribute to their communities. The completion of the Northern Suburbs Youth Hub at Liania will provide another important space where young people can connect, participate, and access services. Chair, Sport is synonymous with the Territory lifestyle. It has always been one of the great strengths of our community. Sport brings people together, promotes healthy lifestyles, develops leadership, and creates opportunities for Territorians of all ages and abilities. In 2026-27, we will continue investing more than $45 million in sport and active recreation programs, infrastructure, and participation initiatives. This includes support for community sport, regional and remote participation programs, athlete development pathways, the Northern Territory Sports Academy, an initiative that help reduce the cost of participation for Territory families. We are also continuing to invest in Aboriginal participation sport through pathway partnerships such as our commitment to NT Cricket and programs that create opportunities for young people across regional and remote communities. We will also focus pathway programs such as hockey and the Malaysian Hockey League initiative, of which Hockey NT should be congratulated for. Chair, arts, culture, libraries, and archives are equally important to the Territory lifestyle. They preserve our stories, celebrate our identity, and strengthen our sense of place. Through investments of more than $27 million, we will continue to support artists, cultural organizations, community institutions, and infrastructure projects that contribute to cultural tourism, local employment, and artistic expression. Projects delivered by this government continue to strengthen cultural infrastructure across regional and remote communities, ensuring Territorians and visitors alike can experience the richness of our cultures, histories, and creative industries. Libraries and archives NT continue to play a vital role in preserving Territory history while providing free access to knowledge, learning, and research opportunities for communities right across the Territory. Chair, across all these portfolios, there is a common theme: connection. It is found of strong communities and of the Territory lifestyle. I would like to acknowledge the dedication of the staff of the Department of People, Sport and Culture, my advisory councils, community organizations, volunteers, and stakeholders across the Territory who help deliver these outcomes every day. Together, they are helping build stronger communities, supporting participation, improving well-being, and ensuring the Northern Territory remains the best place in Australia to live, work, raise a family, and enjoy life. Thank you, Chair. I look forward to answering the questions.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions on the opening statement? Yep. Member for Arafura.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Minister. Minister, last sittings, you agreed that the budget didn't include any new measures to address rising cost of living expenses for Territorians. With Territorians facing the second highest rents in the country, Darwin house prices rising faster than any other jurisdiction, high fuel and grocery, and CPI at 4.2, can you explain how you and the rest of the cabinet prioritize new prisons over providing the cost of living relief?
Minister,
Thank you.
I'll let
Thank
you
you,
have the
Chair.
floor. I'm just sort of reflecting on whether or not that was covered in the opening statement and if it's related to the opening statement.
It goes to lifestyle, trying to.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you happy to answer the
Chair.
question, Minister?
Thank you, Member for Arafura, for the question. So I think I can move on to output 1.3 if you, because I haven't covered any of those on my opening statement, but I'm happy to go to there if that's what you want.
You can just.
Yeah.
We can go to output. No, we don't want to go to output.
Member
This
for
is the
Amport,
opening statement.
Yeah,
so
well, with the opening statement at the moment, that wasn't mentioned in the opening statement, so we need questions related specifically
it's relating to
the,
territory lifestyle, though.
to the opening statement. I give you the
So
floor,
I'm not
Minister. It's up
denying
to
to
you.
answer the question. What I'm saying is about when it's is relatable outputs, I'm happy to answer that question. But if you can keep focusing on to the opening statement, and if you want to move through the outputs, you have got all this time to ask that questions regarding that.
Look, if you. Okay,
My
we'll go
recommendation
to
would be-
we'll go. I'll hold that to 1.3, but just to let you know, we've got similar questions along living expenses and
Thank you, Chair, and
Cost
thank
of
you, Member
living
for
relief,
Afura.
yep.
So I'm happy to answer any questions about the opening statements. And once we have done that, I'm happy to move through all the outputs and answer all the questions.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have any questions relating to the opening statement?
Yep.
Member
just
for
give me a sec.
Arafura.
During last estimate, you said I am the Minister for Seniors. So I am representing them in the Cabinet and taking that voice to Cabinet. Why did you fail to advocate for cost of living relief to at least keep pace with inflation rather than maintaining it at the same level, which effectively means benefit to Territorians is actually shrinking?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Member for Cromer?
Asking the Minister, why did you fail? That's argumentative. I think it needs to be rephrased.
I tend to agree. Would you rephrase the question, please, Member for Arafura?
During last estimate, you said, I am the Minister for Seniors, so I represent them in Cabinet. Could you state whether you've advocated for their cost of living relief, for them to keep pace with inflation rather than maintaining it at the same level, which effectively means the benefit to Territorians is actually shrinking?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Member for Afura. Yes, I am the Minister for Seniors, and I carry their voices to the Cabinet. And again, I think it relates to a specific output. It was not part of my opening statement. If you wish, I'm happy to go to that output and answer that question, or we can wait until we reach there.
You can answer that now. You're the Minister for Seniors.
Minister, you did touch on seniors in your opening statement, so I'm happy to answer that question now if you would like.
Thank you, Chair.
So when it comes to the seniors, I have been engaging with my Senior Ministerial Advisory Council and also with the different stakeholders such as COTA, who is the peak body, and I'm carrying that voices across to Cabinet to represent them. And when it comes to the decision making of the Cabinet, I can unfortunately say that what we have discussed or decided there, but what I can assure that is about their voices are taken to there. We are continuing to provide all those cost of relief measures. And if you listen to the recent budget, it was clear that this government has committed almost $290 million as the cost of relief overall as the government. And when it comes to the specific for the seniors, that good portion of that goes as the power and water and other subsidies as well.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah,
Member for Arafura?
Could you be specific which out of that cost of living relief is dedicated to seniors?
Thank you, Member for Arafura, for that question and through Chair. So the Northern Territory Government ensures seniors, pensioners and carers and vulnerable Territorians are valued, respected and supported through the policy, projects and initiatives that focus on the financial support, social connectivity and safety. So as of 31st March 2026, 16,558 members are on the NT concession scheme. Members are eligible to receive cost of living support through concessions on electricity, water, sewerage, motor vehicle registration, Northern Territory driver's license fees, council rates, waste removal, and spectacles. 18,177 members are on the NT Seniors Recognition Scheme. Members receive an annual payment of $550, recognizing their valuable contribution to the community. The prepaid card can be used at almost any business to enable seniors to spend their $550 to suit their lifestyle.
Thank you, Minister. Sorry, could I just get I just wanted to check the numbers. How many were on the NT recognition scheme for the $550?
Just before you answer that, can I just get you to direct?
Oh, sorry,
This
through
was
the
member
chair.
for Arafura's line
Yeah.
of questioning, so thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So 18,177 members on the NT Seniors Recognition Scheme.
Are the 16,058 you mentioned earlier, cost of living relief, how much of those have actually claimed?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Member for Arafura. So 16,558 members are on the current NT concession scheme.
Can I ask a follow-up there?
Yeah, member for Johnston.
About the seniors concession scheme. How many members of the concession scheme, in remote communities?
Can I add to that, Chair? It's relevant to this. Can we also put in there urban and rural areas, just a breakdown of the three areas, including remote? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take that on notice because it's specific about the numbers.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Johnston, would you like to restate the question for the record, potentially adding in the additional locations?
Can you please outline where rural, remote and urban numbers in the senior concessional scheme?
Minister, do you accept the question? Yes. Thank you. The question asked by the member for Johnston of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.1. Are there any further questions on the opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the latest NT cost of living report shows that there is not a single affordable rental in the Northern Territory for a person with a disability, support pension or age pension. Do you appreciate how critical cost of living relief is for some of our most vulnerable Territorians who are doing it incredibly tough? Do you have a plan to do anything about this?
Just in relation to the first part of that question, are you asking for an opinion?
Yeah.
We can't ask for opinions.
No.
If you maybe just want to restate that question in a...
Restate the first one. Minister, the latest NT cost of living report shows that there is not a single affordable rental in the Northern Territory for a person on a disability support pension or an aid pension. Do you appreciate just how critical cost of living relief is for some of our most vulnerable Territorians who are doing it incredibly tough?
Still an opinion. Member for Arafura, you might just want to restate that last part of your question.
Do you appreciate how critically the cost of relief? Sorry. Do you appreciate just how critical cost of living is for some of our most vulnerable Territorians?
Sorry, Member for Arafura.
Still?
When you're asking somebody if they appreciate something, you're asking for an inference or an opinion on that. You might want to just make it a factual question.
So I'll move to the next one.
I've got, sorry, I had a couple more follow up on the concession cards, the seniors concession cards.
You can go
Yeah,
there.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you. Minister, many seniors in my electorate rely on their seniors recognition card to assist them in paying bills that are due early in the financial year, and many of them raised difficulties that they faced last year when many of the cards couldn't be activated and needed to be replaced. Can you tell me how many cards had to be reissued?
So, Chair, this is again like going back to the specific for the output for the 1.3. Like I am happy to move on to the output 1.3, or because you are going to the specifics of the, because there was no mentioning about any of those in my opening statement. As I mentioned, like I'm happy to answer all the questions, but it's always helpful for me and for the departments.
I'm happy to do it at the output, Minister.
Yeah,
I just
thank
thought
you.
while we were on it, it would be useful, but I can
Thank you,
wait
Member for Johnston. Do you have any other follow-up questions on that output?
I do, but
related to the opening statement or in output 1.3?
I won't bother wasting time. I'll go to the output.
The concession scheme. Yeah. Member for Arafura.
Can you explain, as the Minister for Seniors, can you explain why you've not chosen to increase the Seniors Recognition Scheme for another year?
So, Chair, again, it's specific about 1.3. Like, I'm very happy to move on to 1.3 if that's what you want, because if you don't think that anything in 1.1 are not important, I'm happy to move on to 1.3. But I prefer to answering that when it reaches to 1.3.
Minister, yeah.
I'm just wondering if you've got questions specifically around the concession scheme, we can leave them all to 1.3. Do you have any questions specifically on the details in the opening statement that you want to go through? Otherwise, we can move to outputs.
We've got, the scheme, and then you've got sports voucher. Yep. I'll go to sports voucher, Minister.
Member for Arafura.
When Territorians are facing cost of living crisis, Minister, can you explain why the $100 sports voucher scheme has been frozen for the second year in a row under your government?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Arafura. So it's again, like I think it's through the output 2.1, but I'll just answer this one. So when it comes to the urban sport voucher, so as of 31st of March 2026, expended amount is 2.03 million, which was 58% of the total allocated budget of 3.5 million. And when it comes to the question around, like, I think why this has not been increased. So again, like at this point in time, this is what the government is focusing, and we want to make sure like we are keeping on how we can support the families, because as we all know, that cost of living has increased, and we want to make sure that we are keeping on what we have and support the family so they can support with one sport vouchers every 6 months. So if there are children who are participating in like 2 seasonal sports, so still it will be a cost of living measure for the families.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, Territory family are honestly feeling the pinch. Can you explain why parents who are struggling to make ends meet are now being forced to take on a more out-of-pocket costs as the vouchers purchasing power decreases?
Member for Arafura, I think it's a bit repetitive, that question. It's very similar to the first one. Is there something different that you want to know?
Well, that one was, yeah. Let me just have a look. Just in regards to the vouchers, so it hasn't been increased even though, cost of living has increased. Is that correct?
So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura. So I understand your question why it's not been changed, but I think you're talking only about the 2 years, but there were like a previous Labour government before that as well. So they have an increase as well. So this is something that government supporting the families to provide that cost of living relief, and we as a government is very proud to maintain that and providing the relief for the families.
So no increase for this year, last year, and the year before?
So there has, from my understanding, there hasn't been an increase for a few years now, including the previous Labour government.
So in Cabinet, did you fight for an increase, Minister?
Again, I already said that earlier, Chair, like I can't talk about like what I discussed in the Cabinet, and probably if you're that keen, you may need to wait for 30 years for the release of the Cabinet records.
So that's a no.
Member for Arafura, don't put things in people's mouths. I think the Minister has actually answered the question regarding the ministerial process.
Minister is trying to get us to go to 1.3 while we're trying to ask questions on the output.
I don't think he's doing that. I think he's trying to direct it to an appropriate place in the briefing. So
unfortunately,
we'll
he's
just
trying
stay
to
on the
direct
opening
us
statement,
to
if that's
outputs.
okay.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just make a comment there? So it's around like they already skip 1.3 and they're on 2.1. So that means like they're not showing any interest on 1.1 or 1.2, which is like I think was majority of my portfolio with the people and the disability. And if that's what the opposition want to take the time on, like I mentioned, like I'm happy to move on to any output they want to, but I think I strongly prefer that if we can go in order, because it will help everyone to follow that, and it helps my department and also the members to have a common understanding rather than the written questions that they prepared from all around the outputs.
Do you have any questions related to the opening statement that you would like to, or would you like to move to outputs?
Let's keep going.
I've mentioned sports voucher and swim vouchers. Are you happy to answer for swim vouchers?
Again, Member for Arafura, I'm very happy to answer all those questions, but can we go through the outputs? That's all I'm asking. It's around like it will, because I know that I think you prepared a list of things, but if you can align that to the output, it will be helpful for everyone to answer, and you will get like a structured response as well.
We've done this with all the other ministers.
Sorry, Chair, I cannot comment about like what other ministers or what you have done before. What I'm saying is about like my preference, and I think when it comes to a huge vast portfolio with all touch points with the people, I really prefer that to be structured.
Wow. You might as well ask yourself the questions.
Happy for you to keep asking questions specifically related to the opening statement, but I do understand what the Minister's saying. For the department's process, it's easier to go output by output. If your questions related to the opening statement do actually fall under specific outputs, they won't get missed. So we've got plenty of time to go through every output. If you're able to manage it in that way, that would be better for the department to be able to respond.
Look, to make you comfortable, we'll go to output 1.
Okay. Member for Johnston, do you have any questions remaining regarding the opening statement?
I'm happy to do them under outputs.
Member for Cromer?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you can tell me to also go back to the output if you want, but you did specifically mention the youth hub in your opening statement. and I can say on behalf of the Northern Suburbs team, including yourself and the member for Wanguri and the member for Casuarina, I think we all welcome that initiative and really congratulate for you. So I do have sort of three questions, which I'll give you the three and you can maybe roll your answer into one. But as part of that, we heard from the opposition that there was no consultation into the Youth Hub. I'd like to know, is this true? And you could explain that. Secondly, we also heard from the federal member Luke Gosling saying that there are currently no youth services in existence in the area. I'll be happy if you clarify on that, because I know through one there's certainly a major one I know of. And thirdly, can you please provide a status and update on the Youth Hub tender and proposed timeline? Now, if you want me to redo that in the output, I will. It's up to you.
So thank you, Chair. I'll just probably touch on that question, and I'll prefer the details to be discussed when we reach to that output. So in terms of the Youth Hub announcement that was announced earlier this year, and from the information that I've been provided, the tender has now been closed, and like we are looking forward how the DLI is going to do the tender process and who it's going to be awarded, and then the Youth Hub. We want to, as the Minister for Youth, I would like that to be open towards the end of 2027 or early 2028. But in terms of the specifics, I prefer that to be responding when it comes to 1.9. Thank you, Member Fakrana.
Thank you, Minister. No members for the member for Gorda? Okay, that concludes all questions relating to the opening statement. The committee will now consider the estimates proposed expenditure contained in the Appropriation Bill 2026-27 as they relate to the Department of People, Sport and Culture. Are there any agency-related whole of government questions on budget fiscal strategies?
Yep.
No? Yep. Member for Arafura?
So back to my question. Output 1, people, community engagement, inclusion, disability. Okay.
Okay, so there's no other questions relating to budget and fiscal strategies. That concludes consideration of agency-related whole of government questions on budget and fiscal strategies. The committee will now move to Output Group 1, People. Output 1.1, Community Engagement and Inclusion. Are there any questions? Member for Arafura.
Thank you, Chair. Back to my seniors questions. How many seniors are currently accessing the senior recognition scheme?
Thanks.
Sorry, you said 18,500 and...
Member
Thank
for
you, Chair.
Arafura, I believe that is Output 1.3 for seniors.
It's under concession, that's why.
Yeah, we're talking about 1.1, Community Engagement and Inclusion. Are there any questions?
So, Chair, just for the clarification, when it comes to the seniors and the broader strategies, it comes under this output, but when it's specifically about the concession, that's 1.3. So if you want to talk anything about the seniors in broader terms, that comes under this output.
I have questions under this one.
Concession.
Are there any other questions on Output 1.1?
Yeah.
Ms Davis, Member for Johnston.
Sorry, thank you, Minister. Minister, the 2026 budget provides $1 million in additional funding to establish the Community Grants Program. Can you clarify whether this is in fact additional funding or a replacement for the Multicultural Grants Program, which last year received $1 million in funding but is not listed in this year's budget?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnson, for that question. So the $1 million committed for the Multicultural Community Grants Program last year was an election commitment that we have delivered. So that was a one-year commitment that we provided. And this additional $1 million that you're referring is a new program.
Sorry, I missed that. So the Multicultural Grants Program no longer exists? It's not in this year's budget?
thank you, Member for Johnson. The multicultural grant program exists, but there was an uplift of $1 million compared to the previous financial year. That was like a time-limited one-year commitment that was provided by the CLP government when we came into the government. So that election commitment that we have delivered. So now it's back to how it was before. The multicultural grant programs are definitely there, and that's going to be rolled out next year as well.
Thank you. And what is the budget amount for the Multicultural Grants Program?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnson, for the question. So the 2026-27 budget is $1.447 million.
Thank you, Minister. Also on community engagement and inclusion, at last year's estimates, the CEO, I asked whether there was any way of measuring impact in terms of social inclusion, and at that point, through the Minister, you committed to looking at broader wellbeing measurement. My question is whether now, 12 months on, any framework has been developed and whether there have been any resources allocated to that work.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pass it on to the CEO to respond to that question. Thank you.
Samantha Livesley, Chief Executive Officer, Department of People, Sport and Culture. Thank you, Member for Johnston. At this stage, no further work. What we have been focusing on is a range of areas that we have been reviewing and updating current strategies that we have across our Community Engagement Division, which includes for multicultural and disability and gender equity and diversity, which has been the focus of the team currently. And part of those will be developing each of those an outcomes framework to measure the impact and how we're delivering those.
In terms of community inclusion and wellbeing, or
just more broadly for each of those specific areas? So in terms of from each of the areas in community engagement have their own strategy. So we're progressively updating them as they're coming to their end of their period.
So is there any intention to design any kind of broader evaluation framework around community engagement and wellbeing?
Not at this stage, no.
Thank you, Ms Livesley.
Just to add on to that, so I think in a broader terms, like I think we supported like almost 81 events and activities funded last year. So the broader way that I think government is seeing is about like we want to support the multicultural community for them to come together and share the culture, and that's how we are seeing about like things are moving forward. And the department has worked with many stakeholders in this current financial year to develop that 10-year multicultural strategy, which should be announcing it in the next few weeks once the process has been completed. So there were like extensive work that was done by the department through the Office of the Multicultural Affairs during this financial year to ensure that the multicultural communities are supported, heard, and taken their perspective when it comes to that strategy development as well. Thank you, Member for Johnston.
Thank you. And similar question, is there any evaluation of that grant program to multicultural communities?
So when it comes to the grant programs, so there are, through Chair, so there are different grant programs the department is providing, and when it comes to certain grant programs, so majority of the grant programs are the ones that under the $10,000 mark, and as I mentioned earlier, the total value of the grant funding is $1.447 million. And to put like a evaluation into that, like when it comes to the current priorities of the department, the priorities of the department this financial year was to ensure that I think we are going to have the multicultural strategy in place for the next 10 years. And part of that, something that we can definitely look into it. But this year, the priority for the department, because when it comes to the FT for the multicultural affairs, Office of the... So we have like 2 FT for the Office of the Multicultural Affairs, and that has been like that for many years or decades. So when it comes to that broader work with that 2 FT, it's really hard for the public servants to deliver. So they have to clearly work on the priorities for the department. And for the priority, one of the priority for the department was to ensure to support the multicultural communities to provide that grants and also work through the Multicultural Ministerial Advisory Council and take that strategy forward, and which the department has done a really good job. And I think they did like a lot of consultations across territory in different regions as well. So that were the key focus of the department, and that's the reason why there was no specific evaluation, but moving into the future, there may be opportunity if the workload permits for the department.
Thank you. So just to clarify, there is currently no evaluation framework. There may be in the future. Is that, have I understood? I understand you're not committing to that, but
No. When I'm mentioning about like evaluation framework, there are evaluation framework like the process of acquittals and things like that. So there are ways that I think the department is measuring how the communities are expending their grant. Are they doing it properly, and the acquittal process are there? And we got like the government got a system called like grants NT, where the organization has to be compliant to receive any funding as well. So there are process in place, but when it comes to that broader evaluation, that's something that the department do not have the capability or capacity to do with that 2FTE. But into the future, this is something that if we need to do, we may need to tap into like the university or other external organizations to do that evaluation, which is not currently a priority at this stage for the department.
thank you, Minister. Your agency, and you talked about this in your opening statement, part of the intent of your agency is fostering an inclusive and connected community for Territorians. So my broad question, which I guess you've already answered, is how are you measuring whether or not the work of your agency is actually doing that?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. And one of the measures that I as a minister who kind of like look on is about like the participation of the multicultural community across different events and activities. For example, like on 30th of May, we had the big day out in Alice Springs and also the Harmony Soiree in Darwin. And another thing, I saw you on that event as well. So we can see that the multicultural community events are growing in participation. Community are coming together. And compared to last year to this year, there were like significant number of stalls representing their culture and community. So we can clearly see in the community, people are coming together and like they are seeing that things are going really well. So that's something that I observe. But when it comes to the department, as I mentioned, like I think there are processes like acquittals and other things in place. So they're making sure like the funding that provided by the government is being correctly used according to the projects that they have submitted. And when it comes to those process, department is doing that really good work and working along with other departments to make sure like I think all the funding are going to the organizations that are compliant on the grants NT.
Follow-up question.
Yep.
Ken?
Member for Cromer?
Thank you. And just on the multicultural events, Minister, I heard you talking about there. And as you know, I attend many multicultural events, as you certainly do. And I think even last night we attended the Festa della Repubblica Italiana. And that was along with the member for Fanny Bay and other of our parliamentary colleagues. And it was a great event. But what I want to know is you also touched on Harmony Soiree, which was held in thing. This is one example of bringing together all of our multicultural communities to celebrate. What funding is actually provided in that space?
Thank you, Member for Karama. Through Chair, I already mentioned earlier, so the total funding for that grant was like 1.447.
Can I add to that, Chair, if that's okay? It's in line with the question.
David?
If you could just identify every multicultural specific funding line in the 2026-2027 budget, just the line of that.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. It's under Community Engagement and Inclusion. So 2026-27, it's $16 million. And that's the breakdown, comes under the Community Engagement and Inclusion.
Member Cromer, is that?
Your question?
Yeah.
Yep, you're happy?
No problem.
So, Chair, just to add
sorry.
one more addition. So I think, again, like when it comes to the multicultural grant program, so we got like different grant programs, which I'm sure like the CEO can talk about the specifics, but we got like the smaller grants, the quick response grants. We are supporting the peak body grants to the Multicultural Council of Northern Territory and also the Miskay and Alice Springs as well. So we provide like different grant funding for different organizations to provide that support for the community, to bring them together and to work together in the community, irrespective of their backgrounds.
Thank you,
Thank
Minister.
you.
That was good.
Member for Daly?
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm still going, but
You still on your line of questioning?
Yeah, I am.
Yep.
Thank
Member
you.
for Johnston?
Thank you. So thank you, Ministers. I just want to come back to the evaluation question because, Minister, with due respect, I'm not interested in how many stalls are at an event or how many people go to them. This is estimates, and it's really about whether or not your department is achieving its key aim, which from the budget papers is to foster an inclusive and connected community for all Territorians with your nearly $300 million budget. And so my question again is, how are you measuring whether or not you're achieving that aim?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. And I have to say that I do care about like people coming together and celebrating. As the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, you may not care. That's totally up to you as an individual.
Let's answer the question. Let's answer the question.
Thank you, Chair. So again,
He's
I
got to
test.
withdraw that. It's a reflection on a member. He's got to withdraw it.
So I just recorded what the member said. I haven't done anything else.
I may not care about these events. I said that is not a measure.
It's a reflection of a member. He has to withdraw.
Okay, Minister, I'd ask you to just answer the question.
Yeah, like if
you-
the member for Johnston didn't say that I do not care about how this happened, so then I'm happy to withdraw. I thought
you.
like that's
Thank you,
what I
Minister.
heard.
If you could just answer the question, please.
So I touched base, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So I do touch about the QTIL process, and that QTIL forms include the assessing outcomes and impacts as well. So, and I think that's, again, like the current measures of evaluation. And again, as I mentioned, like as a minister, I do not expect the department, when it comes to the Office of Multicultural Affairs with 2 FTE, to do more broader work. And I know that I think you mentioned about like $300 million budget, but you need to understand like out of that $300 million budget, nearly half of that is going to the NDIS through the budget process as well. So specifically about like this line, so I already answered to member for Daly, so it's around like $60 million. And specifically about like multicultural portfolio, it's about $1.447 million. So it's not $300 million, it's about like $1.447 million.
Thank you, Minister. So there is no process for evaluating broadly whether or not your portfolio is achieving its key aim currently under your current resources. Is that
Member for
correct?
Johnston, I think the Minister's answered this question, so we're getting quite repetitive on here. I know that he did talk about acquittal processes with the money that was granted. There's acquittal processes there.
Understood.
I feel like we'll
Chair.
get repeating the same question again and again. If you've got another question, please ask a question.
I have other questions under this this output, but if other people do, I'm happy to go to them and then I can come back.
Member for Daly?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'll just go back specifically to the first question I asked in regards to the specific funding line in the 2026-27 budget. But in last year's BP3 listed multicultural grants, multicultural community facility grants, and the Catherine multi-purpose multicultural facility. Where are those lines in this year's BP3?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly, for the question. So if you look onto the budget paper number 4, page 30, Catherine Multipurpose Multicultural Facility, $1.5 million.
Sorry, was that page 30? You said
page 30 of budget paper 4.
Yeah, and $1.5 million for that, for the Catherine.
Yeah, that's right,
thank you.
1.5. Yeah. And there is current discussions happening with the Catherine Town Council about how we are progressing on that as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So is it correct that the community engagement and inclusion output has fallen by 17.47 million in the 2025-26 budget to 16.049, as you stated earlier, million in the 26-27 budget? Go through. I'll just ask.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly, for the question. So I already mentioned earlier when Member for Johnston asked about like that 1 million time limited funding, that was an election commitment for a 1 year. That was that 1 million cessation of the time limited funding from 2025-26. So then there is around like 0.17 million internal transfer from sports and recreation for active recreation grant. 0.13 million reduction in funding from 0.25 million for the establishment of integrated service system for reducing domestic family and sexual violence. That was a funding that was from the Department of Children and Families came across, that was reduced by 0.125. Then $0.05 million, which is $50,000 related to the application of parameters and the alignment of management attributes across outputs. Then another $50,000 carryover from 2024-25 to 25-26 for mentioned relocation project, and 0.02 million, which is 20,000 for centralization of departmental workers' compensation into corporate and governance output. That was that difference. The $1 million, the majority of the difference is because of that time-limited funding, which was an election commitment that is a Finocchiaro CLP government delivered.
Thank you, Minister. So through the Chair, is it also correct that the budget paper explains this decrease as the replacement of a time limited uplift for multicultural grants with a broader community grants program?
Through Chair, yes, that's right. Member for Daly, yeah.
Thank you, Minister. So just through the Chair, are you able to table, or can you table a list of every multicultural grant approved in 2024-25, 25-26, and proposed for 26-27, including the applicant, amount requested, amount approved, and whether the event was fully funded?
Through Chair, can I just specifically ask, is about 24-25, not 25-26?
So it was about listing every multicultural grant, 24-25, then 25-26, and
So Member for
proposed
Daly,
for
20
26-27, including the applicant, the amount requested, amount
It has
approved.
to be within the reporting period, so it has to be in the 25-26.
Thank you, Chair, but if Member for Daly goes to the department annual report, all those funding that was allocated is part of that one, which was released during this period. And also the annual report for this financial year will be released by around, is it August?
Are you able to table that?
October. It's already publicly available document, annual report, which is on the website. If you can check, if you just Google search, you can.
So you're able to provide the proposed ones for 26-27?
Proposed one for 26-27?
Yep, the grants.
Sorry, Chair. So from my understanding, the organizations has to apply for the grant. I do not have a skill to anticipate who are the organizations going to apply in next financial year. So I don't know who is going to apply. So when they apply, the department will assess.
Thank you. So can you at least provide the 25-26? Because I think the one you were showing me, I may be wrong, but it might have been the 24-25 one document you were showing me. So just, if you are willing, did you want me to repeat what I wanted exactly, or just around the amount requested, amount approved, and whether the event was fully funded?
Thank you, Member for Daly, and thank you, Chair. So another thing, you're asking for the information about like amount requested and amount approached. So from my understanding, like I don't even see that information as a minister, because that's purely operational thing and the grants are processed within the department.
Yeah, but
and
the
again,
department
like
would have
when it
that
comes to
information.
the when it comes to this year's annual report that's going to be published by October, all those informations will be there. But if you're specifically asking about like from 1st of July to 31st of March, that's something that if you want, I'm happy to read out all that list if you want to.
Yep, that's fine.
And,
Thank
like,
you.
I believe, like, I think you specifically taking this question somewhere, so I'll just read that all of those organizations and how much amount that they received. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So the recipients of Multicultural Community Facilities Grant 2025-26, ND Timor Chinese Association, Incorporated, replacing damaged perimeter fence, 28,950. NT Thai Association, Incorporated, building certification, inspection cost, removal services and contribution towards garden services, $65,000. Cyprus Community of the Northern Territory, Incorporated, kitchen, bar and toilet renovations, $305,000. In total, in the community facilities, $398,950. Sharing arrangements, the Hindu Society of NT Incorporated, sharing facility with the Telugu Association of the Northern Territory, $6,000. The Hindu Society of the NT Incorporated, sharing facility with Tamil Society of NT, $9,500. The Hindu Society of NT Incorporated, sharing facility with Indian Cultural Society of NT, $6,200. Recipients of the Multicultural Grants Program 2025-26, Latvian Association of Darwin Incorporated, for the project of A Century of Latvia's History displayed on 10 informational banners, $2,000. Pakistan Association of Northern Territory Incorporated, Pakistan National Day Celebration, $13,000. Central Australia Sikh Cultural Centre Incorporated, 555th 6th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, $3,000. Africa-Australia Friendship Association, African Annual Dinner Dance, $6,000. Tamil Society of the Northern Territory Incorporated, Indian Food Festival, $5,000. The Tamil Society of the Northern Territory Incorporated, Indian Food Festival, $5,000. Fiji Multicultural Community, Alice Springs Incorporated, Fiji Day 2025, $3,900. Telugu Association of Northern Territory Incorporated, Wanabo Janalu Traditional Community Picnic 2025, $4,000. Alliance Franchise D. Darwin Incorporated, Bastille Day 2025, $4,500. Central Australia Sikh Cultural Centre Incorporated, Bendi Chow Divorce 2025, $3,000. Indian Australian Association of Northern Territory, Diwali 2025, $6,000. Telangana Association of Darwin, celebrating Telangana traditions, Bathukama and Darwin, $4,000. Telangana Association of Darwin, Ganesh Festival, $4,000. Australia-China Friendship Society, NT Branch Incorporated, Multicultural Dance and Food Festival, $25,000. UMND Incorporated, Quiz Alsan Festival, $3,000. German Association in Darwin Incorporated, Oktoberfest, $1,000. Tennant Creek Fijian Community, Fiji Independence Day Celebration Week, $15,000. The NT Irish Association Incorporated, NT Irish Festival 2025, $20,000. Northern Territory Cricket Limited 2025 Multicultural Cup, $8,000. The Korean Association in Australia, Northern Territory Incorporated, Darwin Korean Language and Cultural School, $5,000. Filipina Senior Citizen Association Incorporated, Senior Territorians Wellbeing, $18,000. The Italian Club Darwin Italian Cultural Night, $25,000. Australia Japanese Association of the Northern Territory, Japanese Cultural Day, $5,000. Cyprus Community of NT Incorporated Food and Wine Festival 2025, $40,000. Colombian Australian Association of Northern Territory Colombian Festival 2025, $20,000. ACTS Community Care Network Limited Cultural Community Cookup and Connection, $6,000. Northern Territory Hong Kong Club Mid-Autumn Festival Celebration 2025, $2,500. Celebrate Round 2, Australian Vietnamese Family Association Incorporated Vietnamese New Year Tet 2026, $10,000. The Korean Association in Australia Northern Territory Incorporated Korea Festival 2026, $10,000. UMNT Incorporated Interfaith Iftar Charlotte to Charlotte 2026, Standing with Australian Muslims, Upholding Australian Values, $3,000. Telangana Association of Darwin, Bonalu and Vanabojanalu, Telangana Cultural Picnic, $5,000. Taiwanese Community of the Northern Territory Lantern Festival, $5,000. Indian Cultural Society of Northern Territory Celebrate Holi 2026, $5,000. St. Savers of Kalymnios Greek Orthodox Parish NT Limited, a celebration of culture and community, $20,000. Northern Territory Hong Kong Club, Year of Horse Chinese New Year Celebration 2026, $3,500. NT Timor Chinese Association Incorporated, Chinese New Year 2026, $4,000. The Korean Association in Australia, Northern Territory, Darwin Incorporated, Darwin Korean Language and Cultural School, $5,000. Cyprus Community of Northern Territory Incorporated, the New Year Together in Unity, $20,000. Telangana Association of Darwin, Sri Ramanavami Event, $5,000. Australia-China Friendship Society, NT Branch Incorporated, Chinese Festival 2026, $20,000. Islamic Society of Darwin Incorporated, Multi-Faith Grand Iftar and Interfaith Eid Celebration 2026, $3,000. Indian Cultural Society Northern Territory Incorporated, An Evening in India, $10,000. Khalsa Association NT Incorporated, Vaishaghi 2026, a community celebration of Sikh culture, $4,000. Latin American Association Darwin Incorporated, Viva Latin America Festival 2026, $35,000. Quick Response Grants, Islamic Society of Darwin Incorporated, Interfaith Day and Mosque Open Day 2025, $2,000. Nepalese Association of Northern Territory Incorporated, a Multicultural Holi Festival 2082, $2,000. Indian Cultural Society Northern Territory Incorporated, Diwali 2025, $2,000. NT Timor Chinese Association Incorporated, Timor-Leste Government Dignitaries and NT Community, $1,000. Central Australia Sikh Cultural Centre Incorporated, TN Festival 2025, $2,000. Lionheart Association Incorporated, Mid-Autumn Festival 2025, $2,000. Ogbako Dingo Northern Territory, Australia, Iriji Festival 2025, $2,000. Colombian Australian Association of Northern Territory, Colombian Celebration of the Day of the Little Candles in Darwin, $1,800. Buddhist Society of the NT Incorporated, Taste and Talent Festival, $1,000. Lionheart Association Incorporated, Chinese New Year, the Year of Horse 2026 Celebration, $2,000. Cyprus Community of NT Incorporated, Cyprus Remembering the Eternal Heroes and Legacy of the 1974 Invasion, $500. Telugu Association of the Northern Territory Incorporated, Ugadi 2026, $2,000. Combos Refugees Australia Incorporated, Many Tongues, One Territory, a Multicultural Youth Podcast Series, $2,000. Puja and Cultural Association of NT Incorporated, Durga Puja and Vijayadashami Celebration 2025, $2,000. The Tamil Society of the Northern Territory Incorporated, Deepavali Celebrations 2025, $2,000. Vietnamese Community in Australia, NT Chapter Incorporated, Tet Trung Thu 2025 Mid-Autumn Festival Events, $2,000. Council of Aging, Northern Territory Incorporated, Seniors Multicultural Social Support Program, $25,000. Multicultural Community Services of Central Australia Incorporated, Case Management Support to Migrants in Central Australia, $160,000. Australian Red Cross Society, Connected Women and Their Families, $100,000. Malaluka Refugee Centre, Torture and Trauma Survivor Service of the Northern Territory Incorporated, My NT Kaleidoscope, $120,000. Catholic Church of the Diocese of Darwin, Italian and East Timorese Community Service, $50,000. Colombian Australian Association of Northern Territory, Building a Thriving, Inspiring Community, $15,000. Ignite Potential Incorporated, Employment Training and Emotional Wellbeing Support for Migrants, $150,000. And for the Peak Body and Services Funding, Multicultural Council of Northern Territory, for staffing, operational costs and projects, $361,748. Multicultural Community Service of Central Australia Incorporated, staffing, operational cost and project, $191,209. And when it comes to the Harmony School, there were like, I think, small grants up to around like $800 for different schools across the Northern Territory as well. And also on top of this, like I think through other departments like tourism and events, and also through the Community Benefit Fund, there are various grant programs that we do in order to support the multicultural community, because we really value their contribution to the territory, and we want to ensure like we are supporting the community, all the community, and help them to celebrate their culture and be part of the journey that we are as the Territorians. And we are very proud to provide these opportunities for them, and I think working together in that partnership as the government and the community. And also just thank the opposition for the opportunity to recognize all the communities who's been doing really wonderful community engagement in the Northern Territory as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that extensive list with the costings to each grant as well. I was trying to keep up, but I was just wondering how many exactly there was in there, just a number figure. I'm happy to put on, take it on notice if it's easier for you.
Thank
or
you,
if you
Chair. I'm happy to count that.
if you got
Rather
a
than
round
taking
number.
it at notice, we can count it straight away. So under the facilities grants, 3. Sharing arrangements, 3. Celebrate round 1.
Or even if you just wanted to provide a whole, it doesn't
Yeah, I
have to
think
be each,
supporting
it doesn't have to
81
be-
events and initiatives, but I think like because it's a celebrate round 1 and round 2, so there may be like the same organization celebrating different culture throughout the year, so they may have like I think multiple rounds. And also one thing that I need to specifically inform is around like if any association is non-compliant, that they haven't done the acquittal process, or they haven't demonstrated from the previous round that they haven't actually expend the money on what the project was supposed to. That means like they will become non-compliant. Those organizations will not get that support. And there are many organizations such as who apply for the grant and who will be ineligible because on the grant centre, that's one of the first checks and balances that all the departments are currently doing. And I'm sure like that was available in terms like during the previous government time as well. The compliance is one of the things that we make sure that they are compliant in order to receive the government funding.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. Appreciate that. And just to, I think I heard you say, and it's just to clarify, so you could apply for, say, the one grant, but it might be over multiple events. So you could apply, you know, because if they've got a multi-event within that calendar year, or would they have to apply separately for different events, if that makes sense?
So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So there is like 2 rounds that normally happen. So first round is for like it's a financial year. So round 1 is from 1st of July to 31st of December. So that means like they need to apply by around like March the previous year. So that's round 1. And the round 2 is around like from 1st of January to 30th of June. And they need to apply around like October, around. It's all on the website when the grants are opening. So for example, like within that 6 months when they're applying, they can incorporate or put like multiple events that they want to do. Yeah. And as you know, like I think it's a very competitive round, and there are more multicultural associations that are very active. And I think because one community is celebrating, it's kind of like I think gives that opportunity for the other community to come and celebrate as well. That means like more people are applying, or more organizations are applying for the same round of grants, and that sometimes may impact on how they're successful or how much amount that they're successful. And I would like to really quote one particular association last year. I believe it's the Colombian Association, and when they sang their national anthem in the waterfront, I could see like the tears from the community members. So I think it's a really pride moment for them to celebrate their culture and their country here in the Northern Territory as well. So that's why how like we support as the government and the department. We ensuring like we supporting the communities who are compliant, and we will continue to provide that support in future.
Thank you, Minister. I agree with that. It's very important. So just to round off, within that funding period, there's 2 each year you mentioned. So within that funding period, for example, they could have that grant could facilitate 3 events. So it's not a trick question. I actually think it should be. I'm just wanting to clear that up.
From my thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. I'll just probably pass it on to the CEO to answer, because it's a really technical question about like how they run their grant program. So I'll just pass it on to the
fair
CEO.
enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Daly. So within the program, organisations can apply for grants to celebrate, and they could be a one-off event, or there could be they could do a grant that might be putting forward that they might do a couple of different activities, or they might be delivering a support program. But normally what you will see the majority will be for those a one-off celebration event, celebrating a particular important cultural day for the community.
And let's say one of the multicultural groups apply for the grant for 3 events. Let's just say there's an underspend in what they've said for one of those events. Are they able to bring that forward to, say, the second event that occurs in that year? And as long as it's acquitted for over, for the whole grant, and it's spent within the 3 events. So let's just say there's 3 events. The first event, there might be a bit of an underspend, what they've kind of applied for within that grant, but can they bring that forward to the second and third event?
Yes, so that's what is a standard practice around a grant variation, and what we'd do is an organisation would write to the funding department to request a variation to utilise the funding awarded for a different activity or to carry it over.
Great. And then just one last question on this from me, and then I'll, if there's other people that have questions with that, I've still got similar questions with multicultural groups, but more in relation to festivals. So how many multicultural organisations applied for funding in the last round and were rejected?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So we don't have that specific information in front of us, but I'm happy to take that on notice, and the department can provide that information.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Daly, could you please restate the question for the record?
Minister, how many multicultural organisations applied for funding in the last round and were rejected?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. The question asked by the member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.2. Do you have any further
Thank
questions?
you. I do in terms of the multicultural portfolio, but I am going to move on to like festivals, so I'm not sure if other people have questions within that kind of line of questioning that we'll just...
Member for Johnston?
Minister, I think I just heard you reference funding for domestic, family and sexual violence, and I noticed in the budget papers funding for prevention activities addressing gender-based violence dropped from 250,000 last year to 125. Can you what's happened to that funding, or why is that reduced?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So that was a specific funding that was provided to the Department of People, Sport and Culture from the Department of Children and Families. So last year that was like $250,000 the department provided to the DPSC, but this year that budget line reduced that to $125,000.
And what was done with that money last year?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnson. I'll just pass it on to the CEO to respond, so because it's a specific about a program.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. So majority of that funding was allocated towards our men's grants program that we delivered. It's a territory-wide grant program.
And what is the men's grants program?
It's a small grants program for organisations to work with men around, as an early intervention, prevention, a supporting program to bring them together to talk about as a early intervention prevention around any violence and family and domestic violence. A lot of it is focused on community organisations and especially in our remote communities.
And my standard question, has there been any evaluation of that?
It's only been 2 years running, so no evaluation at this stage.
And with now half the funding, what's the intention for happening with that into the next year?
It will continue along just with the reduced funding. That additional 250,000 was just a one-off for the first year from the Domestic Family Sexual Violence Framework. And it was only ever for 1 year for the first year 250, and then it's ongoing 125.
Thank you. And through the Minister, is that the total funding allocated to domestic family and sexual violence prevention activities within your department? Or are there other budget lines funding prevention work?
In terms of dedicated funding from the Department of Children and Families, that is the one line, but then through our Office of Gender Equity and Diversity, we do also have our general grants rounds and other programs that also will award grants and have a focus on the prevention of domestic family sexual violence.
So how much money does your department get from Department of Territory Families around domestic family and sexual violence?
The 125,000.
No other money?
No.
My understanding is that under Action Plan 1, there was ongoing funding to the department, which continued. Is that correct?
There was funding that is actually sitting with our department that's not directly from DCF around elder abuse that we deliver through the Office of Senior Territorians.
Just turn your...
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. Through the Minister, in terms of any funding for domestic family sexual violence prevention, currently it's at $125,000 for gender-based violence prevention, which goes through to men's grant programs. And there's an amount of money, you might have just said it, for elder abuse. Did you quantify that?
And that's a long-standing, that I think was a very long-term transfer of a budget from that area when we were all part of Department of Territory, Families, Housing and Communities, and it currently sits at around 300.
Thank you. And there's no other funding, to your knowledge, Minister, dedicated to domestic family sexual violence prevention?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnson. So when it comes to the domestic violence, it's not like about specific funding programs. So, for example, like one of the things that we hear from different groups is around like the social isolation and other aspects that is kind of like one of the things that impacting onto that increase in the domestic violence. So, for example, like one of the groups that I met when I was in Alice Springs was Bikes Mivre group. So that's about like bringing children and then they get their experience to walk on a bike and if you're doing the right thing. So it's about like providing an opportunity for a young person to be out from the household and to engage in something to build that friendship and network for them as well. And when it comes to the multicultural grants program and things like that, these are the things that really helps the individuals to build that network outside, which will help one about like to when there is an issue to reach out. So like if you look onto the budget line specifically, that may be the only thing that's specifically mentioning that. But the intent of the department or intent of the government is like we are supporting the community, and through that broader support, we are helping the people which comes under the broader term under my department, to be in a position that they can better raise these issues, raise the awareness. For example, like we are providing that, I read it out earlier, I believe like it was 100,000 for the Red Cross, the women empowerment and all those information. So it's providing an opportunity for them to come together and share their experience. And I think that's because when it comes to many like individuals who are in territory, some of them may not be aware of like how to escalate things as well. So it's about like that providing an opportunity and network, and all these different grant programs are providing that in some kind, but specifically under the budget lines, I agreed to the CEO, that's what specifically they're for.
Thank you, Minister. And for the record, anything that supports people being connected and, you know, having options, I support. I'm particularly interested in how that might relate to preventing domestic, family and sexual violence. And once again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I would love to know how that work is actually being measured in terms of preventing that, if that's what the money is intended for. But I'll leave that here and move on.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. Are there any other questions around output 1.1?
Yep, we've got plenty. Yeah. I
yes,
just
you
had
can.
one that I missed, but did you want to go
let's go
first?
here.
I'm
You
happy.
go if it's still multicultural.
Yeah, it's just be quick one. Yeah.
Member for Daly.
Sorry. Sorry, I did have one more. Just going back to the grants. Are you able to provide a breakdown of successful grant applicants? The list that you wrote out into each region. And I'm not sure if you're able to do it, but specifically to a community. For example, if there was any in Wadeye that may have had a multicultural event there or elsewhere.
So what was that example used?
Yeah, his example was by
the
community as well, if you can break it down further by region and then community potentially.
I'm not sure if you can do it by
leave that with
community,
you.
but I was just, yeah.
Yeah, so we can do it by region, but not specifically about individual communities across the territory.
Okay. Is there any way to find out whether there was events held in different communities just by, I'm not sure, is there
Through
any
Chair, can
reporting
you
around
please define community? Like, because the community got like different...
So, for example, like obviously there's plenty of multi-cultural events in Darwin, Alice Springs. I think I heard you mention Tennant Creek. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of more broadly out of those regional regions. So, for example, a community like Daly River or Wadeye or like so to the specific community.
Community as a location.
A location.
Community as a multicultural group, I think is the...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. So, yeah, to the community itself where the event would have been held. Location of the... Yeah, sorry.
Thank
yeah,
you, Chair,
yeah,
and thank you, Member for Delhi, and
Thank you
thanks, Member for Goda, for that assistance. So specifically when it comes to the grant program, it's about the individual organizations put the project to the government. There is no project that is run by the government for the community. It is all application based. So if there are any community wanting to celebrate something in any regions of the Northern Territory, it's not going to prevent them, but it's up to the individual community groups whether they want to do it or not.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have a location to it where the event would be held. Like
Yeah,
I'm assuming when, say, yeah, like there's a multicultural group applies for a grant, they would say we're going to hold this, we're applying for this funding that's going to be, I'm not asking specifically for Darwin, I'm more talking more broadly the regions, but I'm just using this as an example. They would say we're going to run this down at the waterfront. We know there's a lot of events down there, so you probably would have that data to break it down, but I'm not asking more Darwin, I'm just more like Central Australia, top end outside of Darwin, Northeast Arnhem Land, for example. Like, would you have that breakdown?
So we can do it by breakdown through Chair, but like I mentioned, like it's totally up to the community, like where they want to run the program. And normally, from my understanding, the application consists of like a project description where they want to run and I think how much it's going to cost. So those details are involved in that grant application process. And again, like I'll just leave it for the CEO to respond to that because you're asking the information that
Yeah, that's
I'm
okay.
not across.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
as the
fine.
minister,
Yeah. No, I get that it's a bit, Yeah.
Thank you, Member for Daly. That would we would have to go through each grant to extract that level of information. But what we could do, we do it at a higher level, would be by region.
Yeah.
We wouldn't necessarily be able to narrow it down to the exact physical address of a location, particularly.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it more to an address. It'd be more like if there was an event in Wadair, if there was an event in Pepperminati, or if there was an event in Nhulunbuy. But if it is through region, I suppose my next question is, I don't want to overwork the department. Would I specifically be able to go in there and look at that within the regions if you broke it down to regions?
Yep. Thanks, through Chair. So I think I can say, like, I haven't received an invitation to attend a multicultural community event in Bodai or Daly River or like the location.
Oh, it's just an example.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, because mainly these programs are going to be like applied for the multicultural groups of people with an organization, because you have to be a registered incorporated association to apply for the grants. The grants are not available for individuals, from my understanding. It's only for the registered organizations, and the organizations mainly work in a place that the multicultural community groups are residing as well. And that's why most of the time that you see, like, majority of that happens in the top end, because almost 160,000 of the total population of 265 resides in Greater Darwin region. And like when it comes to the Alice Springs, there are multicultural associations there. From my understanding, there is no associations that I am aware of in Catherine and Tennant Creek, from my understanding. So
it's just between Darwin and Alice Springs, particularly. So, for example, if so they're registered organisations within the city, right. And then they may be able to provide. So for Alice Springs, for example, may be able to provide that event in
to add to the
Tennant
context.
Creek.
To add to the context, for example, like one of the things that we looked as the government, because we made an announcement about like a multicultural facility in the Catherine, but there is no registered organizations there. That's why I mentioned earlier briefly, like we are working with the town council, because when it comes to the population, it's around like a lot of volunteer workers, you know, about like the sports clubs and others, like a lot of works and a lot of risk when they're taking the director role of the organizations as well. So it totally depends on the volunteers and community on how they want to do things in the community. And as I mentioned, like government do not dictate any of these community groups. It's a voluntary based application that happens through the portal, and the department makes a decision on that.
Okay, so just to confirm, can't get that data on each region, or just through the CEO? I'm happy if it's a yes or no. I don't need an explanation. That's fine.
They said they could do it at region level.
Yeah, we can do it on
level.
region. So I think just one correction from the department. So like Red Cross has run event in Catherine, even though they are based in here. So they run events in Catherine.
That's fine. I'm happy to do it by region. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is that a question you want to take on
Do you want me
notice?
to take it on notice? I'm assuming.
Yeah, which is like for the previous question, we will add that to break down to the region as well.
Okay, so Member for Daly, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you. So my question is to the Minister to provide a list for the multicultural grants that were approved in the 25-26 period for each region across the Northern Territory.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. The question asked by the Member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.3.
Thank you. And can I just get a definition of just to help me understand who can apply for a multicultural grant, like a definition of multicultural? Like, does that include Aboriginal people as well? Or, sorry, I should say Aboriginal organisations.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. I'll just pass it on to the CEO to respond to that.
Thank you, through the Chair, Minister for Daly, Member for Daly. So for us, it'd be any registered or association or organisation. So we don't, and as long as they're adhering to the Multicultural Grants Program's guidelines around what they're applying for and their activity. So it doesn't prevent a range of different organisations applying. That what they are applying for would be what they need to meet the criteria of the grant program.
Thank you. Do you know of any Aboriginal organisations or registered organisations that would be eligible that have applied for those grants?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah. Would I be able to get that on notice?
Ones that have applied.
Agree. Do you want to just repeat your question for the
yeah.
record so that we can get a clear understanding of whether that's
Were there any
available?
Aboriginal organisations that were eligible to apply for the multicultural grant?
So, Chair, like probably in my view, I don't think the Aboriginal organisations will meet the criteria for that. That's my personal view because I am a migrant myself. So these are the, as I mentioned, like I think this is like $1.447 million available there to support the migrant population. And based on the records we have, like, is it one? Sorry. Sorry, I'm not like if I'm quoting it wrong. Like it's I believe like I think 1 in 3 or 1 in 5 people are born overseas or got like one parent's born overseas here. So I specifically see the small funding allocations specifically for celebrating the culture, which they are like having it in a different place, totally different to how their children got the opportunity. It's an opportunity for them to showcase their culture to the next generation and then continue that. So I specifically feel that this is not something that be eligible for the Aboriginal organisations.
Follow up there. Just thank you, Minister. So I think just to be clear, I think you said in your view, multicultural means migrant, like someone who has arrived to Australia. Is that correct?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. And it's a culturally and linguistically diverse people separate to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. So whoever meets the criteria for culturally and linguistically diverse will meet that criteria, but it's separate to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders.
It's excluded from that, you're saying?
That's from my understanding, yes.
Sorry, through the chair. Sorry, Minister, is that your understanding or is that how the department defines it?
So that's my understanding, and I can specifically go to the departmental guideline and then probably come back before we finish off this output.
Thank you, Minister. Do you need that on notice or?
No, I'll just, before this output
Thank
finish,
you.
I'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I've got questions on
yep.
this output, but they're related to veterans, so I don't know if we're done with multicultural.
I've still got, as I stated, around around festivals,
Okay. Member for Daly?
which go to it as well. You happy with that? Yep. All right. Thank you. Oh, you got, yeah. All right, you go, yeah.
Member for Kurrama?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you just give me an update on the multicultural hubs that were scheduled to go into Catherine and Alice Springs? Have we got any updates on that?
Sorry. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Karama. So as you mentioned, like there were like 2 commitments that the current government took in the last election and then came forward. So one project, the Alice Springs Multicultural Community Center, that specifically sits with us a DLI project. But I was in Alice Springs probably a few months ago, and from my understanding, it's in the tender process, or the tender has been close. So they were like the 30% design concept at that time. So the community is really excited about the opportunity for them there, because there is no any specific multicultural hall available for the community groups to hire, or it is like very expensive for them to have it. So that's why the MISCA is one of our stakeholder and the peak body representation for the Alice Springs or the Central Australia region. So the department and the DLI has been working with the MISCA and also through two other multicultural groups for taking that feedback. And the commitment or the current allocation of funding, from my understanding, is around like $9.8 million to complete that multicultural hall in the Alice Springs. That's going to be the first one for the Central Australia region. Specifically in Katherine, our commitment is, and the allocation, as I mentioned earlier, is $1.5 million. So currently the department is working with the DLI and also with the Katherine Town Council about how they can deliver that. And the department has gone through different options, and I think that's currently identified a location that needs like some of the work that need to be completed by the DLI as an assessment. And once we have that information, the department will communicate with the Katherine Town Council about the proposal, and we will be able to know at that point in time. And hopefully I'm expecting that to happen in the next 3 to 6 months. Thank you, Member Grama.
Member for Daly?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, many multicultural festivals are planned months in advance, and funding agreements are often negotiated before major international shocks. What work has your department done to assess cost pressures on festivals whose agreements were settled before the Iran war and broader Middle East escalation?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. From my understanding, the government do not have a position in terms of like increasing the funding of any of the grant agreements based on the recent geopolitical situation that was in place, that wasn't in place before, and I think that is in place currently from my understanding as well. It's about like how the different organizations coming together and then celebrating their culture. And if you are specifically asking anything, any particular organization or any events, I can talk the involvement of the department about that particular one. But if it's in broader terms, I'm not aware of like any direction from the government to increase or uplift the grants because of the recent geopolitical situations.
Thank you, Minister. So yeah, just going to that, have any multicultural organisations asked your office or department for supplementary funding because of the security, insurance, travel, freight, artist cost or events cost have increased?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So during this specified time between 1st of July and 31st of March, I'm not being asked by any organization. But again, like this is something, an ongoing conversation that happens with me as a minister, because I tend to attend many events across the Northern Territory when it comes to my portfolios. And always there is a conversation about like the cost of like the increase in cost, but that doesn't mean like I think the government is in a position that we can uplift the grant funding, but it's about like how the community is working together with the private entities and private sponsorship and how they work together. And I just always recognize this, and I think always say this to different community groups about especially the big events that's happening at the waterfront and different parts of the Northern Territory, about when the community is working together, they make sure like I think they can use every single dollar that they are getting from the government or from the private entities as sponsorship, and they are delivering that. And as I mentioned earlier, there is no current plan in place from the government to increase the grant or increase a percentage of all the grants just because of like there is a geopolitical tension across the region.
But you would admit that that geopolitical tension is creating further costs for multicultural groups to run events.
Sorry, are you asking for an opinion, or do you want to restate that question?
Because of the geopolitical conflict that's occurring, do you see the increasing cost for multicultural groups to run their events?
Yep. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daily. So first of all, except the Colombian Festival, none of the events are not funded by the Department of People, Sport and Culture. That's my understanding. Most of the ones are done through the major events previously or the current tourism and events. Based on the information I've been provided, the agency is being flexible when considering variation requests. The applicant always, or the successful applicant always requests for a variation. That doesn't mean that that's going to be approved on request, but that's the process. And I'm sure if you want to specifically ask about any of the major festivals, as I mentioned earlier, if it comes under my department, I'll try to answer specifically about that. But it's in broader terms, most of the events and festivals sits under current tourism and events Northern Territory.
Thank you, Minister. I think I may have heard you say it, but that there's been no requests for additional support that's been received through you or more broadly the department.
From 1st of July 2025 to 31st of March 2026, I haven't received any requests that I can think of came across to me.
Can we check that through the department too? There's nothing.
Yeah, thank you, Member for Daily, and through Chair, the department confirmed they haven't received during that specified period of time from 1st of July to 31st of March 2026.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Minister, is there any contingency fund in the 2026-27 budget to help multicultural festivals deal with the extraordinary cost spikes?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daily. So as I mentioned earlier, so from my understanding, there is only one festival that has been supported through one or two festivals that was supported my agency. Most of the other festivals are supported by the Tourism and Events Northern Territory. And probably I would recommend you to direct this question to Minister Boothby when she's doing. And again, if we had COVID and other emergencies or other situations in the past during the previous Labour government. So if you got any good example of about how Labour government supported through this crisis, and if this is something that we can adopt, very happy to receive that feedback and we can look on to that. So if there is any examples that I think you always been uplifting the fundings for the previous grant programs because of a crisis or emergency, please share that with us and we will look into it.
Microphone on. Thank you, Minister, through the Chair. So if community organisations have signed a funding agreement before these cost increases and can no longer deliver the same event safely or properly, what practical support can they access?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daily. So they can request for a variation, or they can look on a board scaling down the event. Depends on how they can afford with the amount of money that they have.
Thank you. So there's no flexibility in that funding or support mechanisms that you currently have in place to support multicultural events if there's cost increase for those events?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Member for Daily. So from my understanding, again, there wasn't any change that we have made for this guideline. So this is the same guideline and practice that was under the previous government that's currently being done. So there is no change done by the CLP Finocchiara government, and we support the different cultural groups that they want to celebrate their culture, and we are continuing on to the guidelines that was in place and that's currently. But as I mentioned earlier, there are opportunity for variation requests, and if there are available fund within the department, it's totally up to the decision of the department or whoever makes a decision on the grants to consider that.
Thank you. So is there any formal channels they can apply for further increases to their grants or?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daily. I know that I think you haven't applied for one of these grants, but I think I have applied for these grants before. So there is an Office of Multicultural Affairs, and you can, once you receive the grant agreement, so you'll be communicating with the Office of Multicultural Affairs. So there is an email trail, so you can always go back to the person who is in the Office of Multicultural Affairs. There is a form that can be completed for the variation request, and that variation request can be put in place to the Office of the Multicultural Affairs. And like there is a like panel that assesses the grants within the department, and it's up to the panel to decide whether they need to consider that variation or not.
That's all you've got. I know the member for Goyder has a question on 1.1. Member, go for it.
Veterans, is that 1.2 or not?
Still 1.1
Oh, sorry.
community engagement.
Everyone happy?
Go for it.
Sorry, many still got seniors.
No worries. We can come back. Member for Goyder.
Minister, we know veterans in the defence community is quite important. What events, programs or activities have been funded by your department for our former service members and veterans in the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder, for the question. So, we really value the veteran community here in the Northern Territory, and we know that I think there is closer to 20,000 members of veterans and their families who are residing in the Northern Territory, which is probably the second highest per capita across Australia if you look onto any cities or regional town. So we are really proud of our veterans community and their families. So there are different programs or the grants that we have supported the veteran community in during the period of 1st of July to 31st of March. So just to specify some of the examples, like Veterans Gaming Australia, for the social connections, we provided around a grant of $5,880. Reeling Veterans, so Shady Wellness Program, $15,000. Veterans Motorcycle Club NT Chapter Accountant, VMCNT, Nagam Run 2026, $15,000. The Darwin Sailing Club, First Mates, free sailing for veterans and defense, $11,942. Northwest Mobile Force, Northforce Health Wellbeing and Remote Community Engagement Initiative, Northforce OC Rules Team, $15,000. TD Do and S Western Veterans Coffee Catcher, $14,700. The Top Ender Tri Services Magazine Incorporated, the Top Ender Wellbeing and Welcome Guides, $15,000. So that's in the Darwin and Palmerston region. In Alice Springs region, Alice Springs Beekeepers Association Incorporated for Veterans Pollination Festival, $8,400. In Adelaide River, Mount Bundy Station Private Limited, Mount Bundy Station Commemorative Memorial and Public Display, honoring Northern Territory's World War II Service Legacy, $15,000. In Catherine region, Bronner Crowley Equine Assisted Learning Harness, The Power of Horses, $12,536. And for the same provider, Harness of Power of Horses, $11,000. 5-7 Royal Australian Regiment 2025 Veterans Game Australia winning team, $20,000. So that's something that's supported by the Department of People, Sport and Culture for them to take part in Gold Coast for their games last year. So Australian Kookaburra Kids Foundation Limited, Kookaburra Kids Operation Thrive Project, $20,000. Veteran Support Force Veterans Games Darwin Regional Heat 2025, $20,000. And Solgiron to support the continuation of support services provided by Solgiron within the Northern Territory for $90,000. And again, that's a project that was funded within that time frame. And there is other projects that was funded or going to fund before the end of financial year as well.
And is the department aware of how many ESOs, ex-servicemen organisations operate within the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. So I think, again, when it comes to that rough numbers of the ex-serving members, we got around 5,000 members who are ex-serving. But when it comes to the organizations, we don't have that specific numbers. But we have a person who is working in the veteran space who are engaging with that ESOs and providing that information about these grant initiatives and programs. And this is only the second year of this grant. and that means like this is relatively new program, so it will normally take its time to get like more applicants, but we are looking forward how we support the veterans in the community. And one of the other things that I do through the Ministerial Veterans Advisory Councils is around asking them about like what are the key areas that they believe that as a minister that I need to advocating for. Like one, there are opportunities within the Northern Territory how we can support the veteran community, but when it comes to the most of the funding, it comes under the DVA, as you know. So, and there are a lot of changes that normally happens in the DVA that's clearly impact the Territorians, the veterans in Territory, and that's an advocacy that I normally take to the federal level and represent them, and I think ask them to consider how they can do things differently, especially when it comes to our regional and remote areas. And in order to access specialist services and other services, the veterans have to travel interstate. So, but there are like we will be able to deliver things better if the Commonwealth or the federal government wants to provide that additional support for the veterans living in the regional and remote area. And that's something that I'm strongly advocating for the federal government on as well.
And follow-up question on that: do we know? Does the department have rough numbers or an idea of how many veterans there are in the Northern Territory outside of the Greater Darwin region? So whether it be the whole of Territory minus the Greater Darwin, but either.
Thank you, Member for Daly and through Chair. So we don't have that specific numbers, and it will be a difficult challenge for the department to have that numbers. So only thing that I can think of is about like a department may need to contact through the DVA and then find out through them. But still, it may be a exercise that may take like a lot of time for the department.
And what programs or initiatives is your department running to encourage ex-service people to move to the Northern Territory? Is there any specific programs or initiatives to encourage former defence employees and that bring their families up and stay in Darwin and Northern Territory?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Gorda, for the question. So when it comes to specifically the supporting to the veterans and their families, so Operation Thrive is something designed specifically for that. So they got like under the Operation Thrive, there is around grant funding of $850,000 per year. That is something carrying over to the next financial year. So we got like the same allocation of $850,000 in the next financial year. So the different organizations can apply for the grants, and when it comes to different events, that is something that help the veterans and their families to connect better. So when it comes to the initiatives, like what I'm currently working and the department currently working is with the Office of the Public Employment Commissioner to see whether there is any opportunity or way that we can give some priorities for the applications for the veterans who want to transition for a job in the Northern Territory. But again, like we haven't landed on that. This is something that we are currently working on. And because we know that I think in the government, there are provisions like special measures, especially to ensure the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander participation or increase in participation in the workforce. But when it comes to the veteran population, me as the Minister for Veterans, I would really like to see something similar to that, because we got like really trained individuals who may be transition off from the Australian Defence Force, and we would like really to see them into the public sector. And unlike to many other overseas like countries like United States, there is like a huge market for the individuals who are transitioning out from the defense, which is not really available that in the Australia. But that's something that we want to see if there are opportunity, if there are provisions under the OCPE, we would like to see how we can prioritize that. That's for the serving members coming off from the defense, like Defense, Air Force or Navy. But when it comes to the family, so again, like I would really like to see about like there are some provisions for the family members who are here with a serving member to get some priorities when it comes to allocation of the job or job application process. Because one of the common things that we normally hear is around like, because of the regional and remote locations compared to the bigger cities on the Eastern Coast, sometimes it's pulling back onto the families too, because they will get like different opportunities, and like they can, from my understanding, they can give like 2 or 3 in order where they want to go. Sometimes it's a struggle for the defense to have the Darwin as a preferred choice. I strongly believe as a Minister for Veterans, like providing this opportunity for the family is something that will increase that uptake of people wanting to come and explore Northern Territory. And as we know, like many people, once they're here, they don't want to leave the territory because they really gel with the territory and the lifestyle. One of the other initiative that, again, like the department, I have in discussion with the department, is about like when it comes to the family and the children into the school as well. As you know, as the local member, like each school got like their jurisdiction and I think the catchment area. One thing that the veteran community has communicated is around like if there is an opportunity for the veteran community or the like the children of serving members to get some exemption. That means like they can be in a school where the other like the friends or like the serving members as well. So those are some of the things that we are looking, but again, it's going through the process, and I would really like to see that to be fruitful, all of this, because because we really value the members who are currently serving the country, because I always say this, like out there, like their sacrifice is our freedom, so we need to look after them.
Follow-up question?
Member for Cromer?
Yeah, thanks, Minister. And I think you touched on it. I was actually going to ask you a question about what efforts you were going to do to create sort of employment pathways for former service personnel within the Northern Territory Public Service, but I think you touched on that then. But you also made reference to Operation Thrive. Can you give me more of an insight what Operation Thrive does, and also how much we contribute towards it?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Karama. So Operation Thrive is an initiative, clearly comes under the Defence Veteran Strategy for the Northern Territory Government. And what we're really looking is around like how we can create opportunities for the veterans to access something that's not available or eligible through the DVA, for example. So as you know about like when it comes to the Department of Veterans Affairs and I think their programs, there is more restrictions on place. That means like, and also it's all individual based applications. But when it comes to the Operation Thrive, what we are trying to do is about like we are trying to create an environment where the veterans, the serving or the ex-serving members can come together, and if the organizations want to apply for a grant, there are opportunities for them to come together, because like from my background, as the psychiatric nurse in the previously in the hospital, I came across many individuals who are suffering from PTSD and other issues as well. So providing this opportunity is allowing them to build that trust in the system, have like more friendship, more connectiveness. That means like most likely we are going to keep that veterans in the Northern Territory, and that's what we want. And when it comes to some of those programs, it's providing opportunity for the serving members to interact with the ex-serving members, so they can really understand about like what are the opportunities and benefits here in the Northern Territory. And those are the areas that we really tackling on. And also, Yeah, so when it comes to the funding allocations, as I mentioned earlier, so in the budget last year and like this year and the next year, we got an allocation of $850,000 allocated for the Operation Thrive for these various projects. And that's going to be the Veterans Community Grants and Operation Thrive Projects Grant initiatives. And so I can say about like during this period, so 19 applications have received with approved of funding of 11 approved funding during the same period. And 1 in Adelaide River, 1 in Alice Springs, 2 in Katherine, and 7 in Darwin and Palmerston region. And also the Veteran Community Grant opened from 1st of September to late May. That was closed recently. So I believe like the department is still going through that process for the final allocation of that grants as well.
Thank you. And those grants, they're local government councils can also apply for those grants. And I know we have a big celebrations or service, I should say, down in Adelaide River, for example, that the Kamali Council, Regional Council run.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So I don't think it prevents any local government going to apply for these grants. And I can give like one example about like Darwin with the NSAC Day. So it wasn't the local government who applied, but from my understanding, the RSL applied for that grant when they need some additional funding for the NSAC Day parade as well. So there is nothing preventing for the local government to applying for that grant.
Thank you. Could I ask for a list of local government councils that have been successful in applying for that grant over the last financial year?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So I read out the names earlier, so there wasn't any successful, but I'm happy to take on notice about like any of the local government bodies applied for this grant.
Yep. Could I? Thank you. You might have to read the script. Yeah.
Member for
Thank
Daly,
you.
please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Chair. So my question was for the Minister for any local government organisations that applied for this grant.
Minister, do you accept the question? Thank you.
Yes.
The question asked by the member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.4. Are there any further questions? Oh,
Yep, I got one on
Member for Arafura?
veterans. Yeah, reading through the budget papers and trying to find the line in the budget for vets, couldn't find that. So I'm happy with the grants that's being sent out. Two parts to my question. What was the overall grants program for all the vets in the region, Darwin, wherever? And can the government allocate dedicated funding towards them in the near future?
Thank you, Chair. Can you please say the last part of that question?
Yeah, so the first part, the grants, the overall grants that was allocated to veterans, and will the government dedicate future funding for veterans in the years to come?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura, and also thanks for your service, because I think you served before. So when it comes to the Operation Thrive, the funding is 850,000 on the current financial year, and that will be there on the next financial year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on our point 1.1?
Yep. I'm happy to. Is it still in relation to veterans? Yeah, was
yours
yours
veterans?
Yeah, still had one.
Might
for
just
vet-
finish off veterans. Member for Daly?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, what funding is specifically supporting the health and wellbeing of veterans, particularly as part of the Operation Thrive?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly, for that question. So I would say, I think all of those are connected to the well-being, but when it comes to more specific, like the Solgiron, that received like $90,000 to support the continuation of support services provided by the Solgiron within the Northern Territory. So most of them are for health and well-being of the veterans.
Yeah. Did you say $19,000 or
90,000, 90 for the Solgiron.
for the soldier one?
Soldier on.
Oh, soldier on.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. How many did you say there were that had applied for that or that were successful in Operation Thrive grants?
Thank you, Member for Daly. Through Chair, so 15 applicants were successful between 1st of July and 31st of March. And as I mentioned, the grants were open until end of May. So that means department is still processing some of those grants outside that time frame.
Okay. Is there any reason for a delay in the process of those grants?
No, the grants are open throughout the year.
Oh, sorry, throughout the year. I've got
that's
I
right,
was thinking, back.
But again, that will be something available on the annual report from the department. So department will publish all those successful grant recipients irrespective of where they are.
Thank you. And Minister, is there any I suppose, a will to updating the operational Thrive in the coming years?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So I think I would like to see all of these grant fundings to be upgraded or increased. But I think one of the challenges that we're facing is the government now is about like the debt that was left by the previous government. So we have to really balance the budget. So we are making sure, like I think we are supporting the community and then providing the grant opportunity. But I'm really keen this to be increasing over the years once our debt level is coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on Output 1.1? Member for Johnston?
I did have one more.
Yeah, you go.
Sorry. Was yours veterans, Member for Kramer, or not? Oh, sorry. I thought yours was.
One more Member for Daly.
Thank you. Oh, yep, my microphone's on. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Is there any work ongoing with the recommendations since the Royal Commission into veteran suicide was handed down? And if so, are you able to expand on that work?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So, in September 2024, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide released its final report, which included 122 recommendations to drive improved health and well-being outcomes for current and ex-serving members of the Australian Defence Force. The government released its public response to the Royal Commission in October 2025. The response addresses the 10 recommendations which have direct implications for the Northern Territory. The Department of People, Sport and Culture is the lead agency to oversee the implementation of the response. The department is collaborating with other Northern Territory government agencies, the Commonwealth, states, territories, and the Northern Territory veteran community to implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission to ensure the best outcomes for the veteran community in Northern Territory. Operation Thrive was developed in anticipation of the outcomes of the Royal Commission, ensuring that the Northern Territory is well placed to address the key findings and continue to support the veteran community. So, do you want me to go through each of the recommendations, the 10 recommendations, or? So, recommendation 4, mitigate the adverse impact of the posting cycle. So we agreed to that response, and the lead agency is the Department of People, Sport and Culture. Children of defence personnel can enrol at a Northern Territory government school without having a fixed address, which I kind of like touched on, something that we are working towards. Operation Thrive is supporting the continuation of 5 higher education scholarship for the veterans, partners and dependents of current and ex-serving ADF members to study at the Charles Darwin University. Operation Thrive is supporting the continuation of the veteran community grants to provide funding to organizations and businesses throughout the Northern Territory to deliver events and activities which assist in improving the physical or emotional well-being of the veteran community. Within the same recommendation, Operation Thrive is supporting the continuation of Co-work, Co-play program facilitated by Human Quotient Group. The Co-work, Co-play program offers a unique opportunity for participants to focus on what matters to them, from career goals to personal development and well-being. Over 8 weeks, participants attend weekly 3-hour face-to-face sessions that blend facilitated workshops, learning, co-working time, and opportunities to connect with others who share similar experiences. And I had the opportunity to attend one of these in Palmerston very recently as well. On that day specifically, there were like around 8 participants, I believe. And the plan for that day was to specifically looking on how they can do the resume, especially when they're applying for the jobs here in the Northern Territory. So those are the levels of work that they just go through different skills that they wanted to go through. And it's open for family or the veterans to apply for as well. So Operation Thrive will support the Military and Emergency Services Health Australia to provide workshops focused on decision-making, identity, translation of skills and employment readiness with delivery from June 2026. This organisation will also provide a 12-week group emotional and relationship skills program to build emotional regulation and relationship capabilities. So recommendation 22, record the convictions of sexual offences in Australian Defence Force records and civilian criminal records. The response was like no action required because the Northern Territory reports all convictions of sexual offences to the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. So recommendation 72, expand and strengthen the healthcare services for veterans. So as the government, we agree that in principle, So the lead agency is the Department of Health. Operation Thrive will support the continuation of veteran-centric healthcare training to GPs, practice nurses, and practice managers in Darwin and expanding to Alice Springs. And I was able to attend one of their training sessions probably a couple of months ago, where around like 20 GPs were getting this training, which helped them to navigate through the DVA process and other things, especially when they are applying. Because when it comes to the DVA, it's like based on the feedback from the community members, it's a complicated system, and I think they have to go through all the processes. So that's why this training is important for the GPs to make sure, like, I think they can access that DVA support as well. So Australian Government Department of Veterans Affairs should complete a plan by September 2026 for submission to the Veterans Ministerial Council for endorsement to support Recommendation 88, which I am a part of that. National Funding Agreement on Veterans Wellbeing. Further support from the Northern Territory Government is dependent on the outcome this plan and associated funding agreement. And I'll just read out the other recommendations. Recommendation 77, develop a suite of post-vention resources in collaboration with stakeholders. So we agree with that response. So recommendation 85, develop employment pathways for ex-serving members in public sector agencies. We agree that to that response, which I already mentioned about, like the work that the Department of People, Sport and Culture and OCP is working towards, and see how we can support that pathway. So recommendation 88, develop a national funding agreement on veterans' well-being. So we agree on that, and the lead agency is Department of People, Sport and Culture, and Northern Territory is waiting further information on the national funding agreement on this. So recommendation 103, improve the support, communication and services provided to defence families. We agree as a government to that recommendation as well. So these lead agencies, OCP, and also Department of People, Sport and Culture. So the Operation Thrive continues to support the veteran community in the Northern Territory through initiatives, programs and events designed to enhance their physical and mental well-being. So Department of People, Sport and Culture continues to work closely with key stakeholders to ensure that essential communication and information is shared and supports and services are advertised. And earlier this year, we had like this event at the start of the year in the Darwin Convention Centre. Yeah, welcome to the top end. So that was an opportunity for the family members to come and talk to different organizations and the associations available here in the Northern Territory or the top end region. So that was well attended, and I think it was like the convention center was packed when I was there, and I think I can recall like the chair member for Fanny Bay was there along with Minister Carl as well. So like these are the things that the Department of People, Sport and Culture supports. So recommendation 105, improve coordination with coroners and National Coronial Information System. So we agree in principle, and the lead agency is Attorney General's Department for that. Recommendation 107, establish the National Veterans Date Asset. So we note the recommendations A and B, and we agree in principle for C and D. The lead agency for that is Department of Health, Department of Corporate and Digital Development. Recommendation 108, ensure that all relevant jurisdictions and entities regularly provide data to the National Veterans Data Asset. So this is subject to further consideration, because this is something that the member for Goida asked earlier when it comes to that data set. So we don't have like a current system in place, but the DPSC, which is the Department of People, Sport and Culture, Department of Health and DCDD are the lead agency, and through the CSTC, the Northern Territory Government will continue to participate in discussions regarding this recommendation, because we as the government believe like there should be investment from the Commonwealth to get that recommendation move across, but we are happy to support as a jurisdiction. Thank you, Member for Daly.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any time frames for the implementation of those recommendations?
Thank Member for Daly, and thank the Chair. So when it comes to certain recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, so there are some time frame that we are waiting from the Commonwealth or the federal government, because some of those are tied up there. But when it comes to specifically with the other areas, there is no definite time frame, but I think that's something that the department or the departments who are working under these recommendations are working actively, because this is something that we want to see that to be completed. But the discussions, for example, like when it comes to the OCP, I earlier informed that the work is currently underway, and recently the OCP attended the Veterans Ministerial Advisory Council and provided an update on how much things were at that point in time. But we, like through the Veterans Ministerial Council and through the department, this is something that's actively been chased on to action and complete as well. But there is no specific time frame because some of those works are like more resource constrained and depends on the priorities that's currently working as well.
Thank you. And how many exactly recommendations that you've spoken about that would need Commonwealth support?
So out of 10, around 5 of them. Yeah. So, sorry, again, like totally 122 recommendations. Out of that 10 that we are working, and out of that 10, 5 of them would still need support from the Commonwealth. So out of the 122, 117 Commonwealth is in, or the federal government are involved, 5 for the departments just in the Northern Territory.
Yep. Thank you, Minister. Chair, I'll just trying to get an understanding. Is there support systems for veterans that may have served from a different country but are now citizens of this country? Because we know that, you know, sometimes serving in your country, serving no matter who you serve for, can associate to PTSD, depression, mental health. But if someone served for another country but they're now becoming an Australian citizen or a permanent resident, are there support systems in place under your portfolio, or does that sit more broadly just with
Thank you, Member for Daly, and thank you, Chair. So I believe like they can join the veterans organizations and they can be part of that. I don't think there will be any restrictions. And specifically, I can say about like I have been to this Vietnam veterans and I have seen like people who served for Australia in Vietnam, and also the veterans like people who served in Vietnam who had to evacuate the country, and they're both working together. So there are opportunities available for them to be part of.
All right, thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on Veterans Affairs? So just before we move on to a new topic, we are going to break in about 15 minutes or just under 15 minutes. But I want to just circle back and see if you have been able to source a response on the question that we were going to come back to around the grants for multicultural affairs, and find out whether or not the scope of those grants were just for migrant families.
Thank you, Chair. So the Multicultural Grants Program grant guidelines that was approved, yeah, that's the current one. So the definition for the multicultural community refers to people from migrant and refugee backgrounds and heritage within the Northern Territory community. That's the definition as per the guidelines.
Thank you. And my question to that, I guess, is has that changed? Is that a new scope of work under the current government, or is that something that was previous?
I'll get the CEO to answer that.
Through the chair, no, that is the current definition. We haven't changed that.
Thank you. Sorry. Do you just want to read out that definition again?
Multicultural community refers to people from migrant and refugee backgrounds and heritage within the Northern Territory community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions on Output 1.1? Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I've got some questions in relation to elder abuse that I know you talked about both in the opening statement and now. Minister, in March 25, Darwin Community Legal Service released a policy, directive and action plan on older persons abuse in the Northern Territory, endorsed by more than 20 key stakeholders as a roadmap for implementing the national plan to end the abuse and mistreatment of older people. That was over a year ago. What specific actions has the government taken since then to respond to that roadmap, given that we know around 1 in 7 senior Territorians experience elder abuse?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston, for that question. So in February 2026, the Northern Territory government introduced 2 new grants that work to address the older persons abuse in the Territory community. This includes the Older Persons Abuse Grant with a grant funding pool of $50,000 excluding GST in 2025-26. Individual grants of up to $15,000 are available to businesses and community organizations to assist the community in responding to and addressing older persons abuse. Priority for these grants will be given to activities and events that target older persons abuse priorities or are based in regional and remote communities. Applications for this program closed on 12 May, and I look forward to advising the successful applicants. The second grant is one-off grant of $20,000 grant to be provided to one business or organization each year to host World Elder Abuse Awareness Day events and activities. This grant is aimed at bringing greater awareness to the Territory community regarding older persons abuse and what they can help to do. So the Darwin Community Legal Services received the funding of $0.26 million, which is $260,000 in 2025-26, to deliver an outreach model aimed at supporting older Territorians experiencing or at risk of experiencing abuse. DCLS provides a legal, referral advocacy and education service under their model, which informs all Territorians of the dangers of older persons abuse, what it can look like and where to seek help. And also I can inform that as part of my Seniors Ministerial Advisory Council, this is a topic that was discussed, and I was at the Darwin Legal Services, I can't recall the exact date, but I think within the last 1 week, and then spoke to the seniors and to the network group that working, and they had like representations from different organizations, including Relationship Australia and other organizations. So this is an area that's actively I'm currently working on. But as you know, that this is a challenging space because most of the abuse happens from the near ones who may be a family or for family or a non-person. That is one of the challenges. They were like, I asked them to provide with some of the individual case studies that help me to advocate with this matter as well. Because always, as you know, like I think the stories and narratives helps to build on the discussion. So, and also there were some concerns raised about the advanced personal plan that was raised by the Darwin Community Legal Services. So I'm waiting for that information, which it's not in front of me, which I believe like sometimes they might have already sent it or it's in trial. So I'm waiting for that information, which I asked them again, like within that 1 week time frame, whether they can send it across to me, because when it comes to that, the Attorney General's department are responsible for that. So I can advocate and communicate to the Attorney General to show about like what are the concerns that I have received from the community, so which will help them to make the necessary decision and changes.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Can I just clarify? So, what's the total number of grants? So you said there's 2 new grants: a $50,000 one, a $15,000 plus a one-off $20,000. What's the total grant amount?
Thank you, Member for Johnston through Chair. So it's the total amount for the grant allocated like this financial year and next financial year is $300,000.
Thank you. And you also said, just so I've got it right, $260,000 to Darwin Community Legal Service, which includes an elder abuse legal service. Is that correct?
Through Chair, so I just need to correct on that figure. It's $230,000 to DCLS for the older persons abuse outreach model.
And does that include legal advice? Do you know what that covers?
So it provides a legal, referral, advocacy and education service under their model.
And the reason I'm asking specifically is that it's been raised with me that there's a gap in terms of specialist legal advice for older people. So in terms of a legal referral advice, that's people identify that as a gap because there isn't anyone to refer people to. But this service will be a referral service, not an advice service. Is that correct?
So based on my understanding, the DCLS provides a legal referral advocacy and education service under their model. So I'm not sure whether the person who communicated to you has gone to DCLS or not. That's the information I have.
Yeah. I can talk more about that, but I'll leave it aside for now. You talked about the fact that much of this abuse happens, from people who are close to them, and I think you referenced earlier when we were talking about domestic, family and sexual violence that you have money within your portfolio specific, like domestic, family, sexual violence money specifically for elder abuse. Is that right? Did I...
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnson. So from my understanding, when that was responded earlier, specifically about the domestic and family violence, I believe like the CEO kind of like mentioned about the elder abuse, which is kind of like this pool of money as well, which is the same.
So the grant money, is that domestic, family, sexual violence money, that grant money?
Thanks, Member for Johnson. I'll pass it on to the CEO to
Thank
respond.
you.
Member for Johnson, so through the chair, that yes, the 300,000 was a transfer from the Department of Children and Families.
So are those grants required to show how they work for domestic, family, sexual violence prevention?
The grants, Minister, happy for me to, yeah. The grants have focused on where we saw the gaps. The team and the Office of Senior Territorians did a piece of work around where we actually saw the real gaps in where some of those services are, and that's why there's a focus for us on that program for regional and remote, noting that you have Council of the Ageing, National Seniors and Darwin Community Legal Service who are pretty much based in the Darwin and other urban areas. So without getting into particulars, like the focus is on how they can work with the community to raise awareness about elder abuse and what those prevention actions can look like.
Thank you. Elder abuse sits across multiple pieces of legislation. So it comes Domestic and Family Violence Act, the Criminal Code, and also will come into your portfolio as well. Ultimately, who's responsible, or is it a cross-agency responsibility for coordinating? Who's responsible for coordinating the government's response across those agencies? Does that sit with you as the Minister for Seniors?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnson. So I think based on the national plan that we have, it sits with Attorney General's Department.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I think I just wanted to clarify as well, in terms of the advanced personal plans, I think you said, are you waiting for DCLS for information on that? Or...
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Member for Johnson. So I think that was, I informed that in that context about like some of these case studies is something that DCLS has discussed that with me recently, and I asked the DCLS to provide that case study, so I'm waiting for that information. Then once I have that information, so I can communicate with that information to with the Attorney General.
Because I think, and I think this was certainly in the briefing that DCLS, I know you've been provided with as well, one of the issues around the advanced personal plans is a national issue. There's no mandatory register, and so when people move across jurisdictions, things can happen that go very wrong. And the question for any minister, I think in any jurisdiction would be, what work are you doing to make sure that to work towards a national register or a mandatory national register for advanced personal plans? I understand that you said you are waiting on more information on this, so you may not be able to answer it today, but that's my understanding of what, at least part of the issue is.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Member for Johnson. As I mentioned, I think there is a national plan for the elder abuse as well. So, like, you can ask specifically about the Attorney General when she's here. So, about the details of that, that will be an opportunity for you to ask, and the Attorney General's department can be able to respond to that.
Thank you,
Member
Minister.
for Johnson, I'm just going to interrupt. We're going to break now for 30 minutes and we'll come back at 7 o'clock. We'll start back with
All right.
you in line
I've
of
only got a
questioning.
couple more questions, but I'm happy to break and then come back. Thank you.
We'll come back at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Put 1.1, Miss Davis, member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Just continuing asking about elder abuse. I just wanted to quickly come back to the grants, those 2 new grants. What are the criteria for those grants?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So, because it's a specific question about the guideline and the criteria, I just want the department to go and get it, and I'll just probably respond to back shortly. And also, I got the answers for the earlier written question, so can I read that out now?
Yep, just make sure that you provide the number of the
Yeah,
response,
sure.
number of the question.
Yeah. So question number 4.1, outline how many, from member for Johnston, outline how many members of the NT concession scheme are in urban, rural and remote communities. As at 31st of May 2026, because when the department is trying to run the numbers, they can't go back to 31st of March. Urban, Darwin, Palmerston, Alice Springs, 14,662. In rural, Catherine, Tennant Creek, Nullumboy, 736. Remote, which is all other location, 1,193. All up, 16,591.
Thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question there to what you've just said? So, at last year's estimates, the number of people on the concession scheme in remote communities was 1950. So that's a significant drop.
So we need to do that comparison because I don't have that comparison numbers with me, but including rural and remote together. So it's almost adding up the same number. So I don't know what was the definition of that breakdown that was provided last time.
It may be both.
Yeah.
So, but my follow-up question would be, and it's a question anyway, what efforts have been taken to improve uptake in remote communities specifically? But we can talk about that when we come to concession output if you want. I'm happy to.
That would be good. Thank you,
All
Member
right,
for
thank you.
Johnston.
And moving on to question number 4.2 from member for Daly. How many multicultural organizations applied for funding in the last round and were rejected? 30 applicants applied for the funding in round 2 of the multicultural grants program Celebrate. 24 applicants were funded. 6 were not recommended for funding. That was the response from the department.
Thank you. And would you have a list of those organisations that weren't successful in that grant?
Thanks, member for Daly. Through chair, I'll just pass it on to the CEO to respond.
Through the chair, member for Daly, we don't publish that information on unsuccessful grant recipients. So even though we might have that information, it's not actually public information that we provide. We only publish the information of organisations that we fund and the funding that they're awarded.
Thank you, Samantha. Is there any reason why that's the case?
It's just the practice that we do, where we need to report against the funding that we have been, we are responsible for administering, and that's what we report against. We don't report and publish against applications that aren't successful.
Thank you. And out of those that weren't successful, were there any disputes or from any of those applicants?
I wouldn't be able to say right now. That'd be something we'd have to look into, but we always have a process if people want to raise any issues with us. But, and instead, there is an independent panel that assesses those grants and awards them, but we can look in to see if there were complaints, but I'm not aware of any.
Thank you. And what is that process exactly?
Well, applicants can contact the Office of Multicultural Affairs if it's a multicultural grant and talk to the officer responsible and raise a concern. So it's a standard complaint process for agencies.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, question 4.3 from member for Daly. Provide a list of multicultural grants that were approved in 2025-26 period, broken down by region, across and open territory. These totals includes grant approved after 31st of March 2026. So in Central Australia.
Excuse me, Minister, just make sure your mic is on.
Sorry.
Thank you. You might want to go back a little bit.
Yes,
Question
you could
number
repeat.
4.3, multicultural grants breakdown by region. Question from member for Daly. Provide a list of multicultural grants that were approved in the 2025-26 period, broken down by region across the territory. These totals include grants approved after 31st of March 2026. Multicultural grants programs celebrate round 1. Central Australia, 4 in total, 3 in Alice Springs, 1 in Tennant Creek. Greater Darwin region, 24. Multicultural grants program celebrate round 2. Central Australia, 2. Greater Darwin, 2. Multicultural grants program support, Central Australia, 1. Top End, 6. Based in Darwin, but 3 of the programs extend outreach to Katherine. Peak bodies, Central Australia, 1. Top End, 1. Multicultural Community Facilities Grant, Greater Darwin, 4. Multicultural Communities Facilities Grant Sharing Arrangements, Greater Darwin, 9. Harmony Week Grants, Central Australia, 1. East Annam, 4. Big Rivers, 1. Top End, 12, including 1 in Bachelor. Harmony Festivals Grants, Central Australia, 1. Big Day Out in Harmony, Greater Darwin, 11. All are in relations to Harmony Soiree, 1 for the production, 8 for the community stalls, 2 for the school lanterns display. Multicultural Grants Program Quick Response, Central Australia, 4, Greater Darwin, 24, NT White, 1.
Thank you, Minister. I just had 2 questions to that one. I might just go to the one that you mentioned, Bachelor. One of them was successful. What organisation was that?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So, Bachelor Area School Council Incorporated for a school event of $400 for the Harmony Week.
Yep. What specific under what grant program?
Harmony Week.
Harmony Week. Yep. No problem. And the other part to my question was you stated there were 4 grants for Central Australia in the first batch of grants you mentioned, and 3 for Alice Springs. It might just be my misunderstanding, so I'm just trying to get clarity on it. Is Central Australia and Alice, they're not within the same region, or they're separated, are they, by?
So based on the information provided to me by the department, so Central Australia, 4 in total, 3 in Alice Springs and 1 in Tennant Creek. So I don't know whether they're seeing Alice Springs, Barclay and Central Australia as 1 or 2.
Yeah, because my understanding was Central Australia was within Alice to that region, but I stand to be
Yeah.
corrected. Yeah.
So just to try and move this along a bit, I think they've got 4 grants in total, 3 in Alice Springs, 1 in Barclay, and they
One
may
in
have
Tennant Creek.
classified that whole area as Central Australia, but it's
But you've
2
said
different regions.
4 Central Australia, 3 Alice Springs. That's correct.
Central Australia, 4 in brackets, 3 in Alice Springs, 1 in
Oh,
Tennant
in
Creek.
brackets.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
thank you. That's where the
Thank
confusion lay.
you.
Chair, sorry, I got one more. Question number 4.4 from member for Daly. Can you provide a list of local government organisations who have been successful in applying for the Operation Thrive grant? Answer: no, local government organisations have applied for the Operation Thrive grant in the reporting period. No application. No. Thank you.
But
Thank
they
you,
are
Minister.
they are eligible to apply for that grant, just to clarify. Local government councils.
I'll pass it on to the CEO to respond.
Yeah.
Just check with the team. Currently, local governments aren't eligible to apply for the Operation Thrive grants, but that's something we're looking to review our guidelines for next financial year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for those responses. Appreciated. We'll go back to the member for Johnston.
I did have one on veterans again.
Well, we're still with the... We got interrupted, so we're just with the member for Johnston at the moment.
Yeah,
and
that's
then we'll
right.
come back to you.
Chair, did you call me the member for Justine? Yeah, I'm tired. Minister, is there data kept by your department on the rates of elder abuse?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. Thank you, Chair. No, there is no data kept by the Department on elder abuse.
Do you know, Minister, if anyone keeps that data?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So when I spoke with Darwin Community Legal Services last week, they mentioned about like they are keeping a database, and I requested whether they could be able to share that with me, and hopefully I may have some information on that.
Thank you. Sort of, I guess it's in relation to data, but one of the things that I've certainly been told is that victims of elder abuse are often hospitalised for extended period or kept in hospital for extended periods because there's nowhere safe to discharge them. We know this is an ongoing problem in the Northern Territory in terms of older people. Is that something that's been brought to your attention in terms of elder abuse specifically, not just seniors?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. No, I haven't been notified of any of the hospital admission about an elder, so sometimes most likely Minister Edgington as the Minister for Health might be notified in a separate provision, but not as a senior, because the data set may not be breaking down as an elder abuse in the system.
And just so in terms of how those communications work, if there is an issue that's impacting specifically on seniors, for example, seniors who are experiencing elder abuse who end up in hospital because there's nowhere safe for them to go, it's in hospital, so it's under the Minister for Health. Would he talk to you if it was a seniors issue? Is that something you work across departments on?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So that's not a conversation that I normally have with the Minister for Health, but we talk about like the number of clients waiting in the hospital for an aged care bed, which is impacting the seniors portfolio. And that's something that I've been advocating on behalf of my Seniors Ministerial Advisory Council. I facilitated a meeting from a working group last year to meet with the Minister Edgington as well. And there are significant progress that was made in terms of that aged care announcement from the federal government and the commitment from the Northern Territory government about the provision of land availability next to the Palmerston Hospital. And also, when I'm speaking from my experience of working in the hospital before as a registered nurse and being worked as a director of acute nurses, acute services, overseeing the psychiatric inpatient units and the AOD inpatient units. So I'm not aware of like any reporting profile based on the age category going to a ministerial office. So those are the operational decisions made by the Department of Health individuals. And if you have like specific question about that, you can always raise that with the Minister for Health,
Yes.
and then to see whether he's across that. But in broad term, we definitely talk about the things that impacting seniors, and my ministerial advisory council are actively working on, and they've been represented to many ministerial officers in terms of like different challenges, and that's the space that I'm actively working with other ministers.
So with an issue like this, if this was an issue identified to you or through the Seniors Advisory Council, then you could advocate to the Minister for Health or I'm interested in how it works. You know, who is, and I think you as a Minister for Seniors, your job is to look after seniors, so to advocate for their interests. So how does that happen around an issue like this?
So I already said through the chair earlier, like I think I've been working closely with the Darwin Community Legal Services. So I have like many meetings in the last or the reporting period with the Darwin Community Legal Services. As a minister and also as a local member, I facilitated Darwin Community Legal Services to come to my electorate office and come to talk to a seniors morning tea. So I really care about seniors and I've been actively working in that space. When it comes to that individual issues, as you're aware, like we got like nearly closer to 30,000 seniors in the Northern Territory that's currently, and you're talking about an individual case. And when it comes to that individual case, if there are information that coming across to me as a minister, definitely there will be action following that information. But this specific information is not something that I'm aware of. But I kind of like realizing that you have this information. Have you tried to raise that issue with me, or is it a new information that you came to today?
Yeah, it's not. Just to be clear, this isn't about an individual case. It's about a systemic issue which people have talked about with me. So I'm raising it with you now, I guess. And obviously, people have been very engaged with DCLS, so it will come through DCLS with Relationships Australia, with the services that are there, you know, to support them. And you know, people have felt, well, we don't need to give a speech about it.
Johnson, I think we need to, this is a process of asking questions around the finances. If you've got other issues, maybe you can do it through letters to the Minister. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll move on from this now and hand over to someone else.
I've got questions around elder abuse as well.
Member for Arafura.
Thank you, Chair. And I think you've briefly touched on this earlier. The Northern Territory does not have a dedicated specialised legal service for older people experiencing abuse, and what considerations have been given to funding a specialised legal assistant as part of the government's response to older persons' abuse?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura. So I earlier touched on this about like saying about like Darwin Community Legal provides legal referral and advocacy and education service under their model, and the department funds the.
Sorry, who was that?
Darwin Community Legal Services.
Yep, thank you.
And the department is providing $230,000 for that services that they're providing.
Yep, and what does that cover? Like which areas? Which communities, which regions?
Thank you, Member for Daly, and I've been advised
Arafura.
Sorry, Member for Arafura. Funding for the legal services sits with the AGD. That's what I've been informed the department.
So yeah, the Northern Territory remains one of the only. Are you gonna jurisdictions without adult safeguarding an adult safeguarding unit? What evidence does the government have that current arrangements are adequately protecting vulnerable adults from abuse, neglect, and exploitation?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura. So I briefly touched on to this about the different grants program that are available through my department, but in more detail, this is something that you can raise with the Attorney General because that sits with the Attorney General's department.
Any further questions?
You go.
Member for
One
Arafura?
more. It's similar. So what oversight mechanisms exist to ensure advanced personal plans are being interpreted and applied currently in the healthcare settings? and how many complaints or concerns relating to their use have been abuse have been identified in the past 2 years?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member, for a few other questions was specifically about like how the advanced personal plan is interpreted in a health setting. So I would recommend the advanced personal plan sits with the Attorney General, and how it's interpreted in the health department is something need to be directed to Minister Edgington, because I cannot speak for that.
So Boothby and Edgell?
Yeah, Minister Boothby and Minister Edgington. Yeah, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Member for Arafura. Are there any other questions around output 1.1? One more, Member
Yes.
for Johnston?
I've got plenty. You're right. Yeah.
Question which someone asked me to raise here in relation is youth under 1.1? Yes. Minister, why did you scrap the Alice Springs trip for the youth roundtable?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. So can you ask that question again? Why did you scrap?
On behalf of a constituent, why did you scrap the Alice Springs trip for the youth roundtable? So I think it did exist previously and no longer.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. Thank you, the Chair. So when I came to this portfolio, there was opportunity for 18 youths to participate, and I expanded that to 22, which put like financial constraints for the department, and the department made that decision to cut that trip to the Alice Springs. That means like we can provide more younger people that opportunity to be part of that youth roundtable. So 18 plus 4, like it's like nearly 15% of addition to the group, or 20% addition to the group. So that was the reason, like because of like we have to increase the numbers of the participants. So more opportunity for young Territorians.
Thank you. So what is the total budget line or the amount for the youth roundtable?
Through Chair, $136,000. That's funding allocated for the youth roundtable.
Sorry. And what does that cover? Like, what's the breakdown of what the expenditure is there?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I will pass it on to the CEO to respond because it's specifically about the breakdown.
Just through the Chair, Member for Johnston, that budget supports the operations of the Youth Roundtable. They have 4 meetings a year. They do a intensive residential as part of each of those meetings, so that supports the travel and also professional development opportunities for all members. Yes.
Thank you. Happy to pass.
Do you want to go?
Thank you. Member for Wangari?
Thank you, Chair. One of my passions, obviously, coming into this term, the Youth Hub. So, which has been announced, obviously, in my electorate of Wangari. So thank you very much, Minister. We've heard from the opposition that there was no consultation into the Youth Hub. Is this true? And can you please explain or expand on the consultation process for the Youth Hub?
It got referred to out.
Got referred. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Wangari, for that question. So, yeah, when it comes to the consultation, I can say like the first consultation that was done was with one of the Youth Roundtable last year. So the Youth Roundtable members were had received that first opportunity to respond that, and I think they were really excited about that opportunity to provide the feedback. And then they provided that feedback, and they all informed, I think they are all in favor for supporting the Youth Hub to be moved across to the Liania Water Park, because that's an active space there. The young people and the families come together, and they can see that benefits of about how that is going to be amplified by having another services. And also on top of that, the department kind of received in total 77 submissions, including 69 online and paper-based surveys were received. And also the Department of People, Sport and Culture had stalls in the Casuarina Square on multiple occasions to take their direct community feedback as well. So I do not agree with the allegation that there was no consultation. There was extensive consultation. And also as the members of the local areas as local members, including yourself, me as a member for Sanderson, Brian O'Gallagher as the member for Karama, and Koda Patel as the member for Casuarina. The members also did consultation. Personally, I have done nearly 100 door knocking in that area in the Bulagi just across the road. Everyone was having the same opinion about if this is something going to help the young people, we want to support. And one of the things that I discussed because of in my youth portfolio, and also as the member for Sanderson's, currently the youth program has been delivering from the Sanderson High School now for the last 4 years from 2022. And I can say to this committee that so far, nearly 21 months, I haven't received any complaints from anyone about that program and young people coming together and having that opportunity to have this option after school and during the weekends and school holidays. One thing that I would like to add is around on many occasions, youth, when the Sanderson Middle School or the current high school isn't available, the Anglicare is the provider. Yeah, Anglicare, the provider, has been already running the programs from the Liania Recreations water park, which is again for them when they provided that feedback, they see that I think this has already been happening there. There were no community complaints happened during that time as well. So everyone sees that I think this is a good location rather than in the old location, which was the Casuarina Fire Station.
Thank you, Minister. That probably leads on to my second question, which you've actually clarified. So the existing services in the area. So that's actually really good to hear that there is still services there for the young people. So can the Minister please provide a status and update on that youth hub? Because obviously our youth are really looking forward to having that permanent space. And the tender and the proposed timeline, so we can go back and planning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Wanguri. So the design and construct tender for the Northern Suburbs Youth Hub at Liania Recreation Park closed on 5th of May 2026. That's a process that's done by the DLI, and the current advice is that that will be completed in Q3 of 27. And I think as the Minister, what I would like to see is about this needs to be commenced by early 2028 at least. That's what I'll be working with my department to have that regular follow-up with the DLI to keep that on track, because this is an important thing that we as the government taken to the northern suburbs, and we are offering a permanent location from the current temporary shack program from the Sanderson High School. So I would like this to be completed by late 2027, early 2028, and that's when the young people will be able to go and spend time after school, and also weekend and school holidays as well. One another important thing that I need to mention is about I visited the current shack program, which is run by the Sanderson High School on multiple occasions, and it's really good to see the amount of support that provided by the individuals working for the Anglicare, and the trust that been built between the young people and also the staff members of the Anglicare, similar to in Palmerston as well with the Y Northern Territory as well. So we can really see the benefits of this opportunity, because many of these young children do not have that opportunity to get assistance with homework and engage in other extracurricular activities at home. And this is an opportunity that as a government we are offering for that young generation, which we strongly believe in. We want them to lead the Northern Territory tomorrow, and we want to make sure I think this support is available. So they have this role modeling and all these different activities like roller skating and like all these different activities they're having, and they're really enjoying. And I think from the last information I received from the department, the average participant rates is around like 36, between 36 and 40. And that is something that I'm hoping to increase once we are in the Leania Recreation Park with the new facility as well.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Member
thank
for
you.
Goiter.
You on youth? If you,
Yeah, I'm going to stay on this if that's all right, and then
yeah.
go back.
Member for
you can go to
Daly.
you and then I'll come back.
Yeah, yep. Just turned it off. Thank you, Chair. Just following on from this question, Minister. So did the consultation happen after or before you decided to move it?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So again, like when we announced the proposed location, we announced like I think this is where we would like to see. And one of the criticism that we heard about the previous government or the process at that time was there was no opportunity for the people to provide a feedback about the location. The only opportunity was to provide feedback about the design concept of the design of the facility. So we, as a government, and I am as the minister, wanted to ensure like I think that opportunity is available for the people living in the northern suburbs too, and also especially young people, to provide that opportunity, saying like this is what government wants to do. Can we have your response to that? And that's what we have done. As I mentioned, like I think we have done consultation at different levels. So the consultation happened by the department. The consultation happened me as a minister directly to the youth roundtable members, which department collected that information, and also as the local members, 4 local members in that region, actively communicated through the members of the community, and then take their opinion as well. So the consultation was happened after we announcing a proposed location, and based on that feedback and the received feedback from all those levels, we made a decision that it's going to be in the recreation park in Leania.
Thank you, Minister. And are you able to just, was it 77 people that participated in that consultation that put in submissions? Did you say? Was it 77?
So 77 submissions were received. That means like it may be individual and it may be like the groups or the organizations as well. Yeah.
And businesses and so on. So how many of those submissions were people, businesses, organisations from the northern suburbs?
Thank you, Member for Daly. That's something that I can take on notice. But as I mentioned, like because I know that I think where you are trying to take this angle too, but I can clearly say is about like most of the participations were in northern suburbs. But I'll take that question on notice, and we will come back to you with the evidence.
Member for Daly, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you, Minister. Can I have a breakdown of from the 77 submissions? How many were from the northern suburbs?
Thank you. Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question asked by the member for Daly of the minister has been allocated the number 4.5. Thank you, Member for Daly.
Thank you. And Minister, during that consultation period, did it ask where you're from, like whether you're based in New South Wales, specific town, from Palmerston or not? So you'd have those numbers.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So I don't have that information in front of me, but like department will get back onto that. So I'm happy to take that on notice.
Member for Daly, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, could I have a breakdown of from the 77 submissions where those submitters were from, whether that was interstate or outside the northern suburbs region?
Just before we confirm this question, is it not the same question as the one before?
I was asking outside of the northern suburbs. I'm wanting particularly
Okay, so the first question was you want them to know how many were from inside, and now you want to know how many from outside?
Well, the difference here, Chair, is it will show that there may be some within the Northern Territory outside of the northern suburbs, and then there'll be some from interstate potentially if there were any. So if someone from Sydney put in, for example, that should show that.
Okay. Minister, do you accept that question?
Yes, Chair, I accept that question. And also, I just want to add a comment as well. So all the houses that I door knocked are in northern suburbs, not in New South Wales. So that's all I can say as a personal experience. And the members of the Youth Roundtable members that I consulted directly, around like 22 of them, and I'm not sure exactly if someone was not available on that particular day or not. They are Territorians, young Territorians who want to see that opportunity available for them.
Thank you. I'll just finalise this. The question allocated by the member for Daly to the Minister has been allocated the number 4.6.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, will the results of the consultation be made public?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So we can, the department will be able to provide high-level data available without specifically pointing on to who or like without the individual information. If it's like a person providing that information, we cannot share that information of an individual who provided, but we can probably share about like I think where they're from and other things without having the personal information.
Thank you. I just got a further question to that. So why aren't you able to provide the results from those individual people that put in submissions to those results? I understand you may not be able to put their personal information attached to it, but you would be able to retract that information from those documents to have a better understanding of what the consultation looked like, considering that you're saying it's got strong support. I'm trying to understand from the evidence that's been provided that you're saying through this consultation, so to have a clear breakdown of those, or not breakdown, to see all those 77 submissions.
Sorry,
Usually
Member
during...
for Daly, I'm just going to interrupt for one moment. I'm just going to call a very short 5-minute break in at the moment. So if we can all just
Can you
have a bit of a comfort, but no, we're going to have a quick break. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. We'll see you back here at 7:40. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that short intermission. We might just go back and re-ask that question again so that we can refresh the memory there. Thank you.
Thank you. Got to refresh mine. That's right. Minister, are you able to provide the submissions from the consultation for the Northern Suburbs Youth Hub publicly for each submission from the 77?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So I don't think there is any such practice of like sharing all the information, but the department will provide like a high-level information about this.
Thank you. Do I need to ask that on notice, or you've got that? Do we need to put on notice?
So, yeah.
No, I won't accept to take that on notice because asking for individual 77 submissions, which I don't think that's the level of information that can be shared.
Yep. So with the high-level submission, is that something that we need to take on notice? Or?
So, yeah, can you provide the higher level report from the consultation from what was submitted?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As I agreed before, I'm very happy for the department to provide that high-level information.
Thank you. Can I just ask why those individual submissions can't be provided, given that usually when there is consultation periods, when we have committee meetings, we ensure that they're made public to give confidence to the public and your constituents, considering came into the election as an open and transparent government. What confidence will the public have to ensure that reflects the consultation period for the northern suburbs, noting that when we proposed our youth hub, that we made those public.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for Member for Daly for that question. So, for example, like I mentioned about, like I did like closer to 100 door knocking, and I can't share that information because of you would like to receive that information. I can't share that information as a conversation happened between myself and by the individual on the doors. That is my personal experience, and also with the youth roundtable, which most likely it should be captured in that process. But because it's a departmental process, and I'll just pass it on to the CEO of the department to specifically talk about the submissions that they received, and I think what level of information that they can provide.
Through the chair, a member for Daly. Well, no, we wouldn't provide individual survey responses to anyone. Like, people provide their information on the survey, and what we would do would be a high-level summary report or aggregated data, but we would never, ever provide people's individual responses.
Thank you, but you are able to retract from those individual submissions, like people's names, address, suburbs, so that that information, that privacy is kept
Member
confidential.
I think that the Minister and the CEO have answered your questions around that.
What's a fair question?
They've already answered it. They've said that they will provide a high-level submission.
Not this question. They haven't moved. They haven't asked directly for this question whether they can retract that sensitive information if there is, like, for people's names and
They've already
addresses, for
advised that
example.
they will provide a high-level submission. That's the
should
answer to
still
your
be open.
question.
Well, you're giving the answer
Minister,
to the
I'll leave
question.
it with
You're
you if
giving
you want to
not
answer
the
another
minister.
question. It's the same context.
Thank you, Chair. I already agreed that I think I'm happy to the department to provide that information, happy to take that question on notice at the high level, but it's the same question asked in a different way, and I think asking for the same answer, which I already agreed to.
Thank you. Minister, how are you progressing the transport options for the new site?
Chair, sorry.
Sorry, Member for Daly, I'll just get to you to repeat your previous question just for the record, because we don't have that noted at the moment. The high-level submissions.
I was going to go back to that. Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, are you able to provide a review from the consultation regarding the Northern Suburbs Youth Hub?
Minister, will you accept the question for the record?
Or report, I should say. Overview, whatever you want to call
Thank you, Chair. So I'm happy to provide, take that question on written notice to provide high-level submission details back to the
Thank you,
Member for
Minister.
Daly.
The question asked by the Member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.7. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the Chair, can I ask Member for Daly about his understanding about like how it's currently working? Because I feel like I think Member for Daly do not have an understanding about how it's currently working. It's about like moving it from a temporary location to a permanent address. Is that allowed or not?
Sorry.
Questions usually go the other way, but if you wanted to provide an understanding of what you currently know about the transport services for youth hubs, then...
Well, given that there's going to be more people using the youth hub where the new site has been proposed, I'm just trying to understand, obviously there'll be more people moving around that area. The northern suburbs is quite a large demographic area, so I'm just trying to understand whether you've put in place progressing different transport options, routes, working with DCS to be able to ensure that young people have access to be able to use that youth service, but also to be able to get home safely with options. So I'm just wondering if you as the Minister have started that work to ensure that that's in place, Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. Chair, the reason I asked that question because currently the transport is being provided by the IBC Social Enterprise Private Limited, ABC Youth Transport Service. That's what the current provider. Also, all right, and also from my understanding, like the CE is saying about like we are not funding, but I think Larrakia Nation also support with their transport. And when talking about that general transport availability, because this is going to be on side of Wanderlin Drive, it's kind of like one of the busy bus route, I would say, compared to Matthews Road, because it's like very limited accessibility for Matthews Road because in my electorate, so I know about this. So for young people from the northern suburbs, the new location will be much more accessible than the current temporary location. So that's the reason exactly I asked whether the member for Daly actually know the context. That's the only reason I asked that. And also even in Palmerston, they provide the transport options, which is part of the current contract. And on the new contract, that will be negotiated with whoever is going to be the successful like organization to running that contract as well. That's always part of the contract that will be in place in future. But in terms of like best connectivity, this will have like better best connectivity, and there is like 2 bus stops to both ways right in front of the Leonia Recreation Park. And us, the people living in the northern suburbs, know that's one of the busy areas where the people from across the Greater Darwin region come with their family and enjoy the time. It's not only the people who got the car who are accessing that facility or personal vehicle, it's all the people. And I have seen like a lot of young people catching on the bus from that location because there is like a skate park, basketball court there. It's a fully active site that currently young people are using, and this is going to be an addition to existing facility that the young people can go into as well.
Thank you, Minister. But it would be true to say that obviously you're going to have more traffic coming through when you build a youth centre in that area. Like obviously we've got families. It's not just young people that use the Leonia Park there. So there would be more people when you put a youth hub around that area. So that's why I was trying to get the context of, you know, whether there'll be more public transport or who other providers will be able to interlink to those suburbs within the northern suburbs to ensure that young people have the ability to safely access the youth hub, but also safely get home and have those options in place for young people. So it's a pretty important question that some people have been asking me from the northern suburbs about how that will work.
Member for Daly, the question that you just asked, as far as I heard it, was a bit of an opinion, asking for an opinion about you would understand that.
Well, he did
you
say
actually have a question?
Well, Chair, I'm happy
if you did have
to.
a full question, can you restate it?
Oh, no, I was just giving context to when he'd mentioned trying to get an understanding of what I was saying. I know he had to get some information from the department so he could understand how it would work as well. Yep. Considering he's the member for that area, I would have assumed he'd have it off the top of his head.
So, Member for Daly, I'm happy to provide that response to your opinion or the additional context. So, Malak is directly opposite to Leonia Recreational Park, and there is like a traffic island and there is traffic signals for the young people to use. I constantly see all the time because when you drive through the Vanderlyn Drive, it's a place that normally you stop because of the traffic island there. So the young people walk across the road using the traffic signals, and then they go across to the Leonia Recreation Park and they spend the time. And there are a lot of lower socioeconomic families live in that northern suburb in that region. Everyone do not have that luxury to get onto a car and drive to wherever they wanted, or the luxury of the parents to drop them. So some of the young children's like do things when it comes to their recreation. They find their way themselves. And I think even in the Sanderson Middle School, previously Sanderson Middle School, currently Sanderson High School, most of the young people are making their way from Malakarama, and I have seen like I think few family dropping the kids, but all other children, they go to the school by themselves and they go to these facilities by themselves. There is no luxury in all the houses in the northern suburbs to have a personal private vehicle, and the young people are aware of their risks. They're using the public transport and public vehicle. I got like full confidence in that young generation that they're growing up. And again, like your concern are genuine. and acknowledge that. But at the same time, I'm letting you know, the committee, what I've seen there on day-to-day basis when I'm driving through Vanderlyn Drive. And I'm sure, like I think many other members or people residing in northern suburbs can understand that as well.
Daly?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your answer, and through the Chair. So, Minister, keep talking about the existing transport to temporary location. Like, are you talking about the shack, or does it mean that they have decided on a provider you mentioned earlier?
So I spoke about the current provider, and I said as the minister that it is my expectation that negotiation and discussion has to be part of the new contract as well, because if we can provide that access and service for the young people, why can't we provide that in future? So that should be part of the negotiation, which we haven't, from my understanding, the department hasn't started that process yet. Once it's closer to that, that will be part of that contract, which I cannot talk about now, but all I can say is about like that's currently it's an option. I would like that to be seen as a provision in the contract, whoever is going to be the provider.
Thank you. What age group will be able to access this youth hub?
From my currently, it's been accessible between 10 to 17, and if you got like a sibling above the age of 10, you can bring a younger sibling from the age of 8. And as I mentioned, like I think the contract for the new youth hub hasn't been negotiated, but as the minister, I would like to see that the current replication to be available there. So currently we have one youth shack program from the northern suburbs, and there is another really good model in Palmerston run by the Y Northern Territory as well. So there are ways that I think we can replicate what currently having, and if there are opportunities to improve, the department will definitely look into it, because that's what I have seen from the Department of People, Sport and Culture. They are always looking for opportunities to improve, especially from for the young Territorians and all the people in different stages of their life, because this department is all about like working with the people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, you stated if you're 10 years old, you can have the responsibility to bring an 8-year-old kid into the youth hub. Was that, or you said, I might have misheard?
This is again like, thank you, Chair. This is something that been informed me when I been there, and this is what the staff member there informed me. So most of these programs are designed by the like Anglicare as the shack program, and also in the Palmerston, and that's what they inform me, and I'm sharing that information to you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to get clarity on that, because I'm just thinking, 10-year-old kids accessing youth hub, say, might be a single child from a family, a 10-year-old kid going to that youth centre, so being able to use that youth centre till late at night, to 10 p.m. at night, then having to get home, but maybe the parents don't have a car. So that's why I'm asking around what considerations you've had in regards to public transport or other service providers to ensure that kids as young as 10, once they've finished that service, are able to get home. Like you did mention that there's a lot of families with a low socioeconomic background that may not be able to afford to take their kids to the youth hub. So that's why I suppose the question is important in terms of what planning you're doing to ensure the safety of young kids being able to get home when they use that service.
Thank you, Chair. I believe like I already answered that question, and I think provided the name of that organization currently providing the transport option for that young children. So I know that I think it's so hard to comprehend this information, because when you're reading on the files and things like that, it's only like 15 to 20 minutes. So please organize a time with the Anglicare and go and visit and talk to them. I'm sure like I think they will explain the way that they supporting the young people a lot better than what I'm doing, because they are doing it on a day-to-day basis. I had that opportunity and privilege to see the wonderful work that they're doing in multiple locations. But like as the the opposition who are really concerned about the young people, I strongly recommend you to visit the Palmerston and also the Northern Suburbs Shack program, because you will get like a clear understanding about like how the programs are running, and it will help as well.
Yeah, no, and I'm not, I'm just trying to understand, because it all comes around funding agreements, right, with the shacks that are used and how their ability of what service they can provide.
So currently there is an agreement with the shack, and they are providing the service. If like when that contract is terminated, from my understanding and based on the way that the budget currently working, there will be that funding available and there will be a tender process to find out the new provider. And I got like full confidence in the department to make sure these provisions will be available, because as I mentioned, like I think they really work well with the young people. I have seen for the last 21 months, and I have full confidence in the department to execute that contract for the benefit of the young people.
Thank you for that, Minister. Appreciate it. Minister, have there been any other organisations being given an opportunity to submit an interest in terms of the new youth hub?
Thank you, Chair. It's the tender process is not open yet. From my understanding, when it's a tender process, there will be provisions for anyone who can apply for that.
No problem. Do we know when that tender process will open?
Early next year, 2027.
Quarter 1 or quarter 2?
So, Member for Daly, you can save this question for next year.
Like the answer. Thank you, Minister. That's all I have on the youth hub. Unless anyone else has any further
No, the
questions.
member for Goyder has a question.
Youth in general, but not youth hub. Yeah,
Go for it.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm going to go to. I've got a couple others on disability, so
Minister, in the budget papers, it talks about a number of, I think it's 200 or 300 events that have been supported by the department for youth. As someone who's never been described as an athlete growing up, how many of these would be described best as not relating to sport or physical activity? So is there, in the events that the department supports, is there activities for those that aren't necessarily athletic?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder, for that honest question and also the information. The youth grants got like range of activities, so it's there an opportunity for everyone. For example, like this Saturday, I'll be going to Palmerston about the Palmerston Youth Festival announcement. So there is like all this variety of opportunity available for the young people. It could be sports, it could be arts, it could be. I'm not sure whether fishing is part of that, because I know that I think that's what you are interested. But I got like information around like how many pages, like nearly 8-9 pages full to read. But I'm sure, yeah.
table.
Do you want to? I can table this. Yeah, I'm very happy to table this youth grant payment, so you can see like what we been paid the grant from 1st of July 2025 to 31st of March 2026.
Is everybody happy for this document to be tabled? Yeah. Yep. Nobody against? Sure. I don't have to read anything out, do
Follow-up question, Minister. Do we have a breakdown of how many of those youth events were hosted in the rural area of Darwin? Not rural and remote in the context of the territory, but in the Humpty Doo, the Berry Springs, the Lambles Lagoon, the Acacia, the Adelaide Rivers even, that area of the territory, Minister?
Minister, can we also add in there Wagite Beach, Dundee Beach too? Down to Bachelor as well?
Let me rephrase the question. Do you have a breakdown of where those youth activity events have taken place in the territory? So do you record what either suburb or region that they take place in?
Thank you, Member for Goyder, through Chair. Like we record the region for that. But again, like it goes back to individual organization about where they're delivering. I'm sure like on that big list that I currently table, so you'll be able to find information which is in your area of interest. And same with Member for Daily as well, you'll be able to find the breakdown from there. And also if you know any organizations in the area of your interest, would like to be participating in this or providing opportunity for the young people, they always can apply if they meet the criteria for this grant. And I strongly encourage you both as local members to communicate to the providers in your region to apply for this grant, because this is like for everyone in territory, and there is no criteria of allocation of funding for any specific regions. It's all depends on, like, I think how they meet the criteria, and I think how well this is going to be like put across to the young people in that region. And you can see from that information that I tabled on all this, like 8 or 9 pages, that it's been well received throughout the territory.
Thank you, Minister. That satisfies my curiosity to go through the list for now. Minister, with the youth grants that are available, when we say the word youth in the department context, does that stop at 18, 25, 30? What is the definition for those youth grants?
I reckon 38.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Gorda. So it's 12 to 25.
And that's all the questions I have on youth.
Thank you. I've still got a couple more on youth, unless Ollie or Justine have any.
Johnston, member for... I was going to call you member for Kramer then, jeez. Member for Daly.
I'll come back to the youth hub, sorry. Minister, so do you know what services will be connected back into the new youth hub?
Thank you, Chair. It's again like it will be part of the tender process, which again, like,
Yeah.
what I see as the Minister for Youth, I would like to see all the services currently available in the Youth Shack program. Plus, if there are opportunity for options for more, I always would like to see that.
Thank you. So there's been design works for the youth hub, I'm assuming?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So it's a design construct project, so that will be part of that design tender process.
Okay, but there's nothing final on how the new youth hub will look at the moment, just to get an understanding of how many service providers could fit within that, the new Northern Suburbs Youth Hub.
Thank you, Member for Daly. So, like, this is a design construct process, and again, like, that will be part of that design. And will there be? Sorry. Sorry. Thank you, Member for Daly. So based on the feedback that you received, there is, like, the young people has already articulated what they would like to see. So that's kind of like part of that design and tender. So the individuals who are designing kind of have an understanding about, like, what are the information that provided across to them, and that will be part of the design and tender process.
Okay, so part of that saying will be like a co-design with young people from the Northern Suburbs or from the Youth Roundtable. Who would that work be done with?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So my advice is about, like, this is going to be based on the design that was initially done in Casuarina, but I think that is based on the changes in the land and dynamics, so that will be something that adapted to that new site. So the feedback from the young people was already received, and that will be taken into that design and tender process.
Thank you. So that there will be some adjustments made to the new youth centre. With those new adjustments, will young people be then consulted again on if there were any changes to the design of the youth centre?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just pass it on to the CEO to respond, because she was part of this during the previous one and the current one. Thank you.
The Chair, thank you, Member for Daly. No, we wouldn't be doing any further community consultation on any changes to the design.
And last one from myself, Minister. How much did the recent consultation cost, considering this is the second consultation in relation to this project?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Daly. So there was no cost associated because it was done by the department and department staff, including the online Javier say. There was no cost associated with that.
No, but there would be costs given people's time within the department, wouldn't there?
Thank you, Member for Daly. I understood your concern, but again, like for the department, that's a priority they're wanting to deliver. So that means like I think that's business as usual work for them. So we can't just take every single project out of from the department and break down into cost because for them, it's the day-to-day work that they've been doing and that's part of that work.
Thank you. So how many people within the public servant worked on the consultation? Full-time staff to part-time staff to potentially casual staff, and how many hours were put into the consultation period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, for Member for Daly for the question. So around like 2 to 3 staff members from the Office of the Youth Affairs worked on this project, along with many other projects that they're currently working, including the Youth Roundtable and other day-to-day work that they are doing on their own. And as I mentioned before, the Department of People, Sport and Culture staff, they always look on about what they want to deliver. And especially when it comes to the youth portfolio, I have seen them over the weekend after hours working with the young people. And on this Sunday, I'm going to meet that Youth Roundtable group. Again, I'm sure like the staff members will be supporting the young people from all over the territory on this weekend as well. So specifically, we don't have any breakdown of how many hours they have done for this particular work, but that was a business as usual for the department and for the Office of the Youth Affairs.
Thank you, Minister. So just to clarify, was the youth unit within the department, there was 2 to 3 people? Was it 2 or 3 or 2, 2, 3?
So there are more than that staff members, but for this particular project, there were like 2 or 3 staff members working on and off on different consultation. For example, like I believe like this CE was there in the Casuarina Square for the feedback. So there was like many staff members, not just in the Office of the Youth Affairs. So the department as a whole, they've been like they work really collectively for different projects. And I think this is something that I have seen like they have worked really well because this is something that they wanted to deliver for the young people. And as I mentioned, like we can't clearly, they haven't, if the question is about like have you kept a timesheet? No, I haven't expected the public servants working in that space to keep a timesheet specifically for that because that's a business as usual work for them. And they have done the job and we got the results in front of us.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I suppose I'm just trying to understand because it went from 2 to 3 staff within the youth unit. You've just said, oh no, there was many people that worked on it outside, so the numbers you're saying are
Sorry,
not
Member
accurate.
for
So
Daly,
you're
I said like
contradicting what the numbers were.
2 to 3 people at a time. That doesn't mean like I think it's the same 2 or 3 people working, multiple 2 or 3 people from the department working on the same thing as they can. And
Okay.
but
Yeah, but that's a lot clearer because the question I asked was specific in the staff that worked on it, which you came back with 2 to 3, but then you came back with many people worked over after that, so that
Do
clarifies
you have a question,
that.
Member for Daly?
Well, he was asking me a question in terms of the clarification around it, so I was
Do you
just
have a
answering the question. So that clarifies it, but there's no hours to understand the cost of the second consultation and the time that was put within this consultation period, correct? Is that Chair.
Thank you, Member for Daly. It's a business as usual for the department. For example, like I think if I am going to ask to the chair how much is the cost for this process, I don't think the chair will have a breakdown. If we want that, we need to get someone else to work on that breakdown and then come back, which I don't think there is any benefit for anyone to go back and then checking that hours and then come up with a costing. For that, I am comfortable as the minister that they have done the job. We have the evidence in front of us. The project is currently underway. It's out for tender or tender. Its tender is closed. So they have done their job and we can see the results.
Thank you, Minister. I just have a follow-up question in relation to that.
Sorry, he had a follow-up in terms of the costing because he didn't quite close off.
Sorry,
He
Member
gave me
for
the
Daly,
option
I'm
to
asking a
ask the
follow-up
follow-up.
question. We'll come back to you afterwards. So just in relation to the Member for Daly's line of questioning in relation to staff from department working on projects, that's pretty normal practice across the department, is it? It's not anything special specifically for this youth hub. That's something that happens on a day-to-day basis in every department across government and private business. People work on special projects and money is absorbed by the department because of that. That's right?
Yeah,
It's an accurate statement to make.
they're on a full-time or part-time contract, and part of their working hours, these are the priorities they're working towards. So this way, one of the things that, one of the projects they're currently working on as a business as usual.
Member for Daly?
Thank you. So, Minister, I did take note you were willing to take that on notice in terms of the cost and hours that were put into the consultation period.
Just to be clear, he didn't claim that he was willing to take anything on notice.
He kind
you,
of
Chair.
softly mentioned it, I will note.
I have, and I'm happy to repeat again. So the department has provided the evidence to this committee about like the work they have done, and it's currently the tender process has closed. I do not want the department to do another resource allocation to do this exercise just for providing this information to a member for daily, because as the department, they have done the job. They have completed the project or whatever they required from them. The CE is happy with that response, and I think that's gone through a tender process, and that's currently closed. And we already said, like, I think we are happy to take on board that about the submission. That means, like, I think the department will be working on already on a question that's currently been answered by the member for daily, and I can't see why the department needs to do this again, because they have done their job.
Thank you. I'm not questioning whether they've done their job. I'm just trying to understand the costs it costs to do the consultation for this new youth hub. That was my real question, but clearly you're not willing to provide that answer for the costings
Member
of
for
consultation.
Daly, please don't put words in the minister's mouth. If you've got a question, ask a question, please.
It's not words in his mouth. It's factual. He's not providing the answer.
Member for Daly,
So,
I'll put you on
Minister,
a warning if I need to, so please ask questions.
can I just get an understanding how the department did their consultation? Did they help any young people write their submissions, or was it just more just a rundown of how the consultation period was run?
Thank you, Chair. Thank
it's
you,
important.
member for daily. I'll just pass it on to the CEO, who was part of that consultation process, who can probably provide direct information.
Just through the chair, thank you, member for Daly. I can assure you we didn't help anyone write their submissions. We did that through the Have Your Say survey, as well as the pop-up stands that we had at Casuarina, where we had people could come and fill in surveys and talk to staff. And also there was feedback through our consultation session with our Youth Round Table, where they gave a lot of valuable information of what they would like to see as young people in a youth hub, and also other feedback that we did just through general consultations with a number of youth organisations and youth providers.
Thank you. And that the survey, that be part of that report that you'll be providing me? What was in the survey, the line of questioning?
Through the chair, is that the high-level report? Yes.
Are there any other further questions relating to output 1.1?
Yeah,
Member
this.
for Wangori, we'll give somebody else a chance. Member for Wangori.
Sorry, I just need to go back to seniors again. Just an overall, just a general question probably. Can the Minister, can you please tell me about your Ministerial Advisory Council for Senior Territorians? and expand on the work that they're providing and the makeup of that actual membership. If you can enlighten me, please.
Member for Wangari for that question. So, Minister's Advisory Council for the Senior Territorians was established in 2014 as an independent voice for territory seniors on the broad and dynamic interest of seniors in the territory, ensuring the needs and aspirations of seniors are reflected in key government policy developments. So the council met 3 times in 2025-26 financial year, on 30th of October 2025, 12th of Feb 2026 and 21st May 2026. As per the Ministerial Advisory Council for the Senior Territorians terms of reference, membership includes up to 10 community members, peak body representation from Council of Aging, Council of the Aging, Kota, NT, 2 representatives, and National Seniors Australia, 2 representatives, as well as 1 peak body representative from the Association of Independent Retirees, an elected representative from local government, the Palmerston and Litchfield Seniors Association, and a peak Aboriginal organisation. Additionally, there are 2 observers from the Australian Government, Department of Health and Aged Care as well. As of 31st March 2026, we got like 15 members in the committee. Is there anything else that you would like to know?
No, you probably expanded. There's a good cross-section there. Thank you very much. And my next question probably crosses over into disability, but many seniors use disability parking. So what was the government's response to the City of Darwin's recent changes to disability parking?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Wangari. So this is something that was raised in the Seniors Ministerial Advisory Council as well, because many seniors have the access to the disability parking. I personally wrote to the Lord Mayor about this issue, and I got like a letter back very recently to inform that it was like a error happened at an operation level without the elected members being across that information. So I got the reassurance from the Lord Mayor that that's currently being addressed, and the people with the disability parking can actually park, the parking permit can actually park their car in the city now, and that's something that resolved. And that, but in the Advisory Council for the Senior Territory, like Senior Ministerial Advisory Council, so there are many areas that they're currently working on. So I kind of like mentioned that earlier when the questions came earlier when you were not here. So one was the area was the aged care as a working group that I facilitated the opportunity for a small group member, I think 3 members, to meet with the Minister Edgington in the last year. And also there are other areas that they raise, and this was one of the specific issues that was raised by them, which I took an action and wrote to the Lord Mayor, and that's currently been addressed based on the information provided to me. So yes, the seniors have been impacted for a short period of time, but I've been reassured that that's been corrected by the City of Darwin through a motion put forward by one of the elected members.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. I've still got one more on youth. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I do pick up that written questions that are put to you and your department come back with the cost of the department that it took to put together those questions. So why can't you provide the same response for what it costs the staff to do the consultation period? Isn't it a bit contradictory, wouldn't you think?
Are you asking for his opinion, Member for Daly?
No, the questions within there.
You ended it with, wouldn't you think? Would you like to just make sure the questions are not asking for opinion?
Yep. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly, for that question. So I was a public servant before, and I currently work with the public servants as the minister, and I respect the service that they provide, and I do not believe their duty is to provide information to an elected member of the parliament who want to just get a headline about like how much cost it has impacted. That's not their job. Their job is to look after for the young people in that specific area. And as I mentioned clearly, as a minister, I am confident that they have done their job regarding this project, and same as like what the CE clearly informed. But I'm not sure why the through chair, like I'm not sure why the member for Daily is
Well,
keep
we're in
asking
estimates. It's about
that
costings,
question.
understanding the costings. Like, that's the whole point of estimates. So you're saying we're not here to actually ask how much it costs to run a consultation period? That's what estimates is about, Minister.
So I already provided the information about like how much it's cost, and I think you can see it from the information that's available in front of you, how much the department costed to run the department. And when it comes to that operational cost or the personal cost, that is incorporated in there. There is no additional cost for the department to specifically do it. This was a business as usual, and there are many projects that the department is currently doing as business as usual. The department do not have the resources to break down each of their projects and how much cost it incurred.
Well,
for
of
each
course you do.
this
You can do it
project.
with the written questions. So I'm sure you can do it with the
You have a
consultation
question, Member
period,
for Daly?
Minister.
This is not a to and fro. You don't get to just argue. It's not a debate. This is a question and answer session. I have a
Well,
follow-up
he's
question
just
for the
showing
minister.
that he doesn't want to
I
provide the
have a
costings
follow-up
of the
for question
consultation
for the
period.
minister on your line of questioning, Minister. Would it be fair to say that if the department's answering written questions on notice, there's a very short time frame that happens over? It's maybe a day or two or a week at most, where you can actually really easily understand how much time it's taken to answer some question on notice, as opposed to a project that goes over months or years that has staff allocated. Is that a fair assumption to make in relation to a department, and the difference between responding to the member for Daly's accusation around how it's
Are
easy
you
to
asking for
provide?
his opinion?
How
or
it's
Sorry,
easy
that's
to
asking for
provide-
opinion or assumption, Chair.
Excuse me? I'm asking a question. Is that something that's accurate to say in relation to the department?
So isn't that an
Thank you.
opinion? You
Chair.
just said, is it accurate? Isn't that
Member
an
for
opinion,
Daly,
Chair?
I've
I'll
asked
ask
a
the Deputy
question.
Chair.
Member for Daly, I've
Deputy
asked
Chair.
a question. Can you
Yeah,
please respect the fact that other people in this environment can ask questions too, and let the minister answer? Thank you.
I'm respecting it, but
please
I'm asking
refrain
the
from
Deputy
talking.
Chair.
It's not a debate.
Well, you've asked for
Thank
an
you,
opinion.
Minister.
So
Thank you,
just
Chair. So
contradicted
we are
yourself.
moving on to the last 61 minutes, and I know that I think we all did really well so far. I think it was like really respectful conversation with the department, but I can see like the tone has been changing. But all I can say about that is about when a question is placed and ask the department to do something, you need to look on to how much of effort that goes to the department as well. So Chair, as you referred correctly, because you worked as a public servant before as well. So if, for example, like if the department wants to go back and do it, they may need to go through all the calendar and everything for the last like 12 months or 9 months. And as I mentioned, like I think we moved on to the next stage, and I don't know why the member for Daly is still stuck there. I made like a thing offer saying about like moving into the future, there are like opportunities for us to work together, and I think we can look forward about like how the new youth hub in
Estimates, it's
the
understanding
recreation-
costings.
So how the new Liania Recreation Center, the youth center, youth hub at the Liania Recreation Center is going to be looking like. So we are looking forward about like what's going to be that. Like whatever happened, they've done their job. I said that many times. They have done their job, and it's moved on already. The tender has been closed, and member for Daly is still talking about the past, and it's really a resourceful intent for the department to do that. That's the only reason why the department can't provide, or I don't want to put that burden onto the department. And yeah, that's it. I answered the question, and I believe like there is no issues in terms of that. Thank you.
The whole
Thank you,
point is to
Minister. Are
ask
there any
about
further
costings.
questions on output 1.1?
There is, or can I just get clarification? From here, I can see 1.2 is disability, so just wanting to make clear that that's 1.2 for NDIS. Yep.
Any other questions for 1.1?
Oh, sorry, you do, Manuel. Or
Yeah, 1.1 for elders, seniors.
Member for Arafura?
Minister, for seniors. Senior Territorians have made it loud and clear in their advocacy for voluntary assisted dying laws to be passed in the Territory. Can you confirm what funding is in the budget to ensure correct information is being provided to senior Territorians surrounding the VAD debate?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Farah Fura, for the question. So, from my understanding, this is a legislation that's going to be tabled in the in the Legislative Assembly hopefully in the next few months. And I don't think we normally allocate the funding for all the legislation that we are debating. I strongly believe like that's our job as the members of the Parliament to debate. And for me as the member for Sanderson, I'm just trying to answer in that context because specifically about the legislation. So I've been doing like a lot of consultation in my electorate, and I'm sure like I think you are doing the same. And I have seen Kota has been actively engaged in the senior Territorian space over the last few months or like few years, and I have seen like many forum where the members of our assembly has been part of that as well. So that's a work that's happening in terms of that legislative work. When it comes to the department, from my understanding, there is no any funding allocated specifically for this.
Yep, Minister. So that's coming in the pipeline, the funding, or we've still got to debate it?
Yeah, so it's going to be a legislation that's going to be debated in Parliament, hopefully this year, like later this year. And I'm sure like when the Attorney General's Department table that, there will be opportunity for you to ask all those questions about like how it's going to be delivered or when it's going to be commencing if the legislation is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, prominent senior Territorians are calling for MLAs to support the legislation. Can you confirm if you're going to support it?
Sorry, Member for Arafura, that's not a question. You're asking for the member for an opinion on a position of something that's going to be debated in Parliament. I don't think that's
the Minister
not
for
part
Seniors.
of the estimates process.
We need to see his position.
For or against.
Okay, I'll go to the next one.
He's already admitted that he's still undertaking consultation with his community. I don't think it's something that's appropriate for this forum.
For the records, can I respond to that?
Yes, of course.
For the
there you
records,
go.
can I respond to that?
Absolutely, if you want to.
So I am one of the 25 elected members to the Northern Territory Parliament, and I don't have any special privilege as the Minister for Seniors in that Parliament chamber. When we are on the floor, from our understanding, all our votes count as one, and I'll be one of the 25 votes. When we are doing the debate, I'll be doing the debate as a member for Sanderson, and that will be where I'm going to disclose based on the consultation that I'm doing in my electorate. People who lives in my electorate clearly knows that because I do seniors morning tea every month in my electorate, and also there are like a lot of roadside and door knocking happening, and it was on the newsletter. So as a member for Sanderson, I am doing all those work, and as I mentioned, like there is no special privilege for me in that chamber as a Minister for Seniors when it comes to that particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any other questions?
No question, just to follow up. Sorry,
Member
through the
for
chair.
Johnston?
Thank you. Whether the criteria for the grants for the elder abuse program are available.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to table this document. Yeah.
Is everybody happy for that document to be tabled? Anybody against?
Two documents. So one is Older Persons Abuse Grant Program, Grant Guidelines 2025-26. The other one is Elder Abuse Awareness Day, Grant Guidelines 2026.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, so if there's no further questions on Output 1.1, that concludes consideration of Output 1.1. The committee will now proceed to Output 1.2, Disability. I'm just checking if we need a break. Is everybody feeling okay? Keep going.
You going to swap anybody out?
Output 1.2, Disability. Are there any questions? Do we need time to move people around?
Thank you.
Nope, we're good. We've got the same stuff. Any questions? Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, Angus Taylor's coalition plan says welfare payments and the NDIS should be reserved for Australian citizens. Do you support that policy?
Standing Order 109, asking the member for an opinion.
Yeah, I agree with Member for Daly. Can we stick to questions
Can
for
I
the
just
Minister?
ask, Chair, just for clarity and consistency throughout the whole estimates period. Yesterday, a member of the government asked the Treasurer around capital gains tax for an opinion to the Minister. The Chair let it through, so I just want to make sure there's not a double standard here and to ensure that there's consistency throughout this whole process, because that was allowed yesterday, but it seems when opposition members ask the questions, we get shut down.
Member for Daly, I was not the chair yesterday, so I have no understanding of what happened. So as far as I'm concerned, can you let me finish, please? Can you let me finish? As far as I'm concerned, you've just asked the Minister for an opinion. It clearly states in the standing orders that that is not allowable as a question. What happened yesterday is not my issue. It's not my concern. Please ask a question that's not asking for an opinion.
So you don't want consistency throughout the estimate period?
Member, I'm putting you on an official warning right now. Member for Daly, I consider your conduct disorderly, and I warn you that if you persist, I will order you to withdraw from the hearings under paragraph 12 of the Assembly's resolution establishing this committee. Please ask appropriate questions.
Thank you. Minister, ABC reported the proposal would block non-citizens, including permanent residents, from 17 welfare programs, and that critiques say it would unfairly target at permanent migrants from China and India. Minister, is that the position of your government as a policy?
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So I am happy to share my position as the Minister for Disabilities for the Northern Territory Government, that I have written to the Honourable Mark Butler MP, Minister for Health and Ageing, Minister for Disability, and the Senator, the Honourable Ginny McAllister, Minister for NDIS, and I have CC'd all the elected members to the federal parliament, both houses, both senators and both members of the federal government, CC'd this letter as well, because they need to really be informed about like what are the position that the Northern Territory government is taking, because this is a significant change that going to happen with the recent proposal from the current federal Labor government. And the proposal and the modelling suggests that by 2030-31, there will be almost 160,000 people coming off from the NDIS program, whereas now they are sitting around like 760,000, and which the natural growth plus this 160 coming off, they want to bring that numbers to 600,000. So this is a change that's been brought forward by the federal Labor government. They are fully in control of this. So I know that I think Member for Daly is asking for opinion, or he wants to quote on the news. So when there are legislation submitted to the federal parliament on the table by the current Labor government from the federal government, and the impact on the Territorians are pretty high, especially when it comes to the regional and remote Territorians. I am really concerned as the Minister for Disabilities for the Northern Territory government. This will not be a helpful thing for the Northern Territory, because we are already struggling, and as the members both representing here today from the Territory Labor opposition in this committee, both of them represent the regional or remote parts of the territory as well. So I assume that they have awareness of these changes and how it's impact to the people they're representing as well. So when it comes to the remote Northern Territory, there are issues in terms of like the provider availability, and also the services that can be available for the Territorians who are living there. One of the changes that the Northern Territory government agreed through the First Minister's Forum is around, like, I think we are looking on to provide that additional support through the driving kits for 0 to 8 years old, and that was supported by the Chief Minister as a member of that particular group chaired by the Prime Minister. And what we have seen since that agreement is about like complete change in certain other parts of the disability, which clearly shows that there may be more impact to the health and other sectors as well. So that's where we clearly raising our concerns, and I'm happy to table this letter that I have sent across to both ministers and CC'd all the federal members, because I strongly think that all the 4 members from the Northern Territory will be strongly advocating against some of these changes, or there should be some provisions specifically for the Northern Territory, given consideration of about like the We are not similar to what about the eastern states or the eastern cities. The Darwin is not similar to Sydney or Melbourne, so we got our own challenges, and I think that challenges are really different to them as well. So we can't have like a one capsule solution for this one. What I am strongly suggesting, and what I encourage other members of this parliament, if there are opportunity, you need to raise this issue with the federal ministers, because this is something going to impact the people with the disability who really deserve to be looked after. At the same time, I completely support all the current actions by the task force against the sharp practice and the other illegal practices happening in that provision. So we completely support. When it comes to the provider registration for the supported independent living, I completely support as the Minister for Disability. That's a real good things that's happening in that changes. But the broader impact is something that I'm really concerned of, and I really strongly advocate that need to be, there should be some special provisions for the Northern Territory. And one thing that I'm really vocal, and I think I'll continue to do in the Disability Reform Ministerial Council, is about the percentage of population from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander as well. So national average is around like 8%, whereas we have about like 53% out of the 6,700 people or our NDIS. And we clearly know that I think these changes are not going to be good. So I am hopeful that the federal government is not going to make these changes, which is going to clearly impact all the people with disability in the Northern Territory. And I seek permission from the chair to table this letter.
Everybody happy for the letters to be tabled? Yep. Nobody's against? Happy for those to be tabled?
Justine had a follow-up.
Member for Johnston?
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Do you have a figure on how many Territorians currently supported by the NDIS will be negatively affected by these cuts?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston, for that question. So one of the things that I asked specifically on the last Disability Reform Ministerial Council in Canberra 2-3 weeks ago was specifically about the modelling and how it's going to be impacted for the Northern Territory. And they haven't done any modelling for the state and territory level. And I can say that all the states and territory disability ministers, I know that I think there is some selective reading happening here in terms of the news. There was like a big news story yesterday or this morning about like all the states and territory disability ministers provided a joint submission. I signed on that joint submission as well about the impact it's going to have on each state and territories. I know that I think I am worried about Northern Territory with the 6,700 participants, but when it comes to the major states and territories, they are really concerned because this modelling is never been done at the state and territory level, and we don't know how much it's going to be the impact. But at the end of the day, the Territorians are going to be suffered. That's my main concern, and I would like that more information to be available, which I sought on that meeting, which I've been informed, like I think there will be someone from one of the departments will be in touch and provide that information, but I haven't got that yet, but I'll get the department to follow up on that. But in the meantime, I already submitted that letter which I tabled, and also I submitted jointly with other territory and states ministers on a joint submission that was finally submitted either late yesterday or this morning as well.
Thank you, Minister. And just in relation to Thriving Kids that you just mentioned, what specific funding's been allocated to expand the allied health and early childhood workforce, such as speech pathologists, occupational therapists, to meet the expected spike in demand?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston, for the question. So we haven't reached to that level of how much of funding split. So I can say about like when the when the agreement was signed by the First Ministers, it was a 50-50 co-contribution from the Northern Territory and the federal government. So $20 million from the Northern Territory, and also for 5 years, and 20 million from the federal government. But the federal government kept 60 million out of that 20 million contribution for their national initiatives like television advertisements and other online communication. So effectively, the Northern Territory will be getting only 14 million over 5 years, which is around like 2.8 million. So total in per financial year, it's going to be around like 6.8 million for specifically for the Thriving Kids. And the department is currently working with the Department of Health, Department of Children's and Families, and Department of Education to come on to that model. And what I strongly would like to see is a board like that, enhancement in that, more positions of allied health professionals when it comes to the child development team, because I worked with the ND Health before, and I know how much like challenge they are under at the moment as well. And what, as a government, what we would like to see is a board like, we need to look on a board like current wait time for to see a specialist, and how it's going to be changed over like 12 months to 24 months once we implement it as well. So I can clearly say about like, this is something that I am clearly following up, and work closely with the Chief Minister, Minister Edgington, and Minister Carl, and also Joe Hersey, and also Treasurer is also involved in that conversation, because this is something that once we are implementing some of this, we want to see that real benefit for the young Territorians between the age of 0 to 8. We always hear that challenges to see a specialist, especially as you mentioned, like speech pathologist and others. And one of the things that we at times sometimes hear is about like, it's really good to see that young person earlier, and that what's the intention of the government, and that's what we are working for as well.
Thank you. So can I just clarify, did you say $20 million match funding, or just $20 million from the Commonwealth?
20 million over 5 years as match funding, 20 from territory, 20 from
But
federal.
they're only giving you 16.
Like they kept 6, and they
Or
gave
14.
like 14. So it is like 34 million in total. So
For
that is
5 years.
for 5 years. So that is around like 6.8 million per year.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And I've also got a question on behalf of the member for Mulka. So question on behalf of the member for Mulka. Minister, what has the Minister done to strengthen the NT disability services sector to support people in remote communities in the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston, and thank you, Member for Mulca, for the question. So, like one, it's always about the advocacy, and I clearly outlined earlier about like how much it's going to be the impact that's currently happening with the proposed changes. So that's a space that I've been really advocating at the federal government from my first Disability Reform Ministerial Council meeting, and specifically in the Northern Territory in Maningrida, the NDIA has commissioned an alternate commissioning site that is specifically for identifying one provider to deliver all the allied health services. At Maningrida, to provide all the allied health services, the NDIA did a process. This is not done by the Northern Territory government, which we supported this process. And what they have gone through a process, and they identified Carpentry as one of the chosen provider, and they are providing that as a site. And I think it's kind of like the first site in Australia as well. And it depends on, and it started in, first of June. Sorry, just the timing. Sorry, Member for Johnston. So I think they started this financial year. So hopefully in the next 12 to 24 months, once they reach to that milestone, NDIA will do a review. And if that is a successful model, there will be advocacy to see whether we can have like a similar model, rather than many providers flying into one community and trying to use all the package funding available for the travel. So we would like to see, as the Northern Territory government, the plan to be utilized and spent for the individuals to receive the therapy and the session, rather than spend on the individual provider using it for the travel and other cost as well.
Thank you, Minister. Is there anything else you can add to that? It's a very broad question in terms of strengthening the sector. That's an example about what I think the Commonwealth is driving that in Maningrida. So in terms of the NT government?
So when it comes to the NT government, so the NT government or the Minister for Disability, when it comes to the specific rules, that's where I got like the ability to be like influence their decision. So when it comes to a policy decision making, all the states and territory ministers has the ability, whereas the new proposed changes are taking away that ability of the state and territories. That's why all the state and territories are fighting together to saying about like we cannot give all that power to one federal minister to make all that decision. And also as part of the budget, you can see about like we are contributors to the NDIS. So we are funding almost around $130 million this financial year, and next financial year it's going to be $131 million. That's around like 1/3 of the total funding expenditure in the Northern Territory. And when it comes to the regional and remote areas, I have been strongly advocating for measures and activities against the sharp practices, and we can clearly see that the Safeguarding Commission and the staff members are working in the regional and remote areas of the Northern Territory, and we are seeing that some of those things were out on the media recently about like the frauds that they identified, and we can see some of the results, but always been advocating for more of that action happening, especially when it comes to regional and remote areas, because there are certain providers who are not doing the right things, and we would like the providers who are working with the people with the disability to do the right things and to support them, because the whole concept of the NDIS is to have a choice for the individuals to receive the care and service in a way that they want to see with their disability. That's something that I'm strongly advocating. And as I mentioned like earlier, when it comes to the numbers, we got like almost 53% of our population who are identified as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and we want to have like a clear safety mechanism in place that's going to be available to protect the vulnerable Territorians identified as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. On top of all of this, one thing that I've been strongly advocating as a minister is around like, because at the moment, based on what I've been informed by the NDA and the discussions that I had with the NDIS, so if a person who can make a decision, if it's a disabled person or a person or a carer working with the disabled person, by signing a form, all the plan will be transferred across to another provider. So one thing that I've been asking whether the NDIA or NDIS could implement is around like, if someone signed a paper, why can't they go back to that person and ask to the person, have you signed this? Do you know the impact on this? Because by signing one paper, it shouldn't be transferring all of the money to another provider. That's where like some of these problems lies. So I've been advocating for that to be changed. So people know that I think these things are happening. I'm advocating for that changes. I'm hopeful that will happen in the near future.
Thank you.
Member for Goyder.
You touched on it there. My question is, with the reported alleged $5 million NDIS fraud early this year in about February, I think it was reported in the media, when did the department become aware of the investigation? And when was the department notified that this alleged fraud had taken place?
Thank you, Member for Goyder, for that question. And through Chair, like it was on the day that they execute the warrant.
And has the department undertaken any investigations of their own back into the alleged fraud?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder. So it's the responsibility of the NDIS Fraud Fusion Task Force to do those activities, and my department works mainly at the policy level and working with the stakeholders.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you. Minister, I acknowledge this is probably primarily a question for the Minister for Transport, but someone's asked me to raise it with you because it involves the safety of people with disability. I've been contacted about a wheelchair accessible taxi incident. I think you may be aware of this as well, where a passenger wasn't properly secured and experienced a serious failure during transport. Are you aware of this incident?
I am aware of a similar incident. I don't know whether it's the same incident.
I'm sure it is. Well, I assume it is. So my question, I hope it is. My question is what role your department has in escalating or responding to these kind of systemic safety issues affecting people with disability in transport services.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So I will start answering that question, and then at a certain point, I'll pass it on to the CEO to finish that response. So in my Disability Ministerial Advisory Council, this is one of the topics that's currently being discussed for outside, like I think, since the first meeting, because there are many individuals who are in that place that's needing their taxi, and I think that's not always available for the Territorians with the disability as well. So one thing that I've been doing was like advocating with the Minister for Transport, and there was some progress. They were doing some of these members were part of that working group as well, and I have been informed about like there is some work that been completed, and there will be some information that going to be out soon. So I can inform you, like I think yesterday I requested that information. When I received that information saying about like there'll be more information to come, so I requested that specific information to be shared with me before it goes public as well. But I'll just probably pass it on to the CEO to discuss some of the work that has been happening in that space for some time. Thank you.
Just through the chair, thank you, Member for Johnson. So when issues are raised with us in relation to multi-purpose taxis and other public transport requirements, that's a matter for Department of Logistics and Infrastructure. So we regularly liaise with that area within Department of DLI, and they have come and spoken and consulted with our Disability Advisory Council as well. And the Disability Advisory Council, as the Minister noted, have been a member of their, they have a transport consultative committee or project group that they were members of. So we would raise that at a department level if there was a serious concern that we became aware of. A lot of the times the department already know, because a lot of people are quite across that kind of feedback complaint process with them.
Last question. Minister, as the Minister for Disability, do you have involvement with young people with disability, with education and young people with disability, or does that sit solely with the Education Minister?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. Yes, I do have involvement in that space, but mainly it's an advocacy. The responsibility sits with the Minister for Education, and depends on what the question is, I can say whether I can answer or not.
So broadly in advocacy, would that be around individual issues or systemic advocacy, or both, or it depends?
So as the Minister for Disability, whatever the information that's coming across to me, I always try to advocate for them to responsible ministers. And when the information that related to the Department of Education, I always communicate that with the minister responsible for the department.
Thank you. I do have a whole lot of questions on that, but I'll ask them to the Minister for Education. I think, yeah.
Are there any other questions on output 1.2 disability? Sorry, that concludes consideration of output 1.2. The committee will now consider output 1.3, Northern Territory concession and recognition schemes. Are there any questions?
Yep.
Member for Arafura.
Thank you, Chair. As of the 31st of May 2025, there were 1,950 members of the concession scheme in remote communities. What is the uptake number for 2026, and what efforts have been taken to improve the uptake?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura, for the question. So, like in the rural and remote area, until 31st of May 2026, there is 1,929 members in the scheme.
1,929?
Yep, that's right. This financial year from 1st of July to 31st of May 2026.
Okay. A reduction from 25.
Yeah, probably 21. If I'm quoting the number that you said, like 1,950, so there is a reduction of 21 members.
Yep. Are you aware that only 15% of customers using Jacana prepayment meters are receiving energy concessions under the scheme? You aware? You're not aware? That remark?
The advice is no, we are not aware of that.
During the cost of living crisis, which impacts those on the lowest incomes the most, what is being done to increase awareness of the scheme for those who are using prepayment meters?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura. I'll just pass it on to the CEO to respond.
Just to the Chair, thank you, Member for Arafura. We're aware, and it is a focus that the Concessions Recognition Scheme Unit is undertaking throughout this year to try and increase our membership of eligible Territorians in remote communities. We don't have a physical presence in remote communities, except for Tiwi Islands and Maningrida. But what we're doing is building on partnerships with other Northern Territory government agencies and other providers, and also Commonwealth agencies, to help us work through supporting people that will be eligible or could be eligible. And some of that might also be supporting them around their 100 points of ID to become eligible as well. So we do know that, and it's a piece of work, and it's a bit of a focus that we're trying to stand up and in partnership with other agencies.
Also on behalf of the member for Mulka, how many people in the Mulka electorate are on the NT concession scheme?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So there are currently 118 NTCS, Northern Territory Concession Scheme members living in the electorate of Mulka. On 31st March 2025, there were 96 members, so there is an increase of around 22 members compared to last.
Did you say 118?
Yeah, 118.
118, great.
Follow up on that question, how many in the electorate of Goida?
Thank you, Member for Goida, for that question, because we specifically had that information available to us because Member for Mulka asked this question last year. So we anticipated that he's going to ask this question this year as well. But
I'm happy to provide it for on notice.
Yeah, can we just get all the electorates tabled and then it's just straight there, done? You don't have to go through them all.
Yeah. All right. I'm happy to take that on
you wanna do
notice.
all the electorates? Member for Goida, can you please restate the question for the record?
Can we please receive a breakdown by electorate for the current and last year's numbers of people on the concession scheme?
Minister, do you accept the question?
It's a big piece of work. Yeah.
Yes, I accept with the comment that I've been informed like it's a big piece of work. So it may not be something the department will be able to respond back in that normal 30-day time frame.
That's fine if it's
Thank
past
you. The question asked by the member for Goida of the minister has been allocated the number 4.8.
Can I continue? Thank you. And in relation, I started to ask these questions in the opening statement around the seniors recognition scheme. And I think I noted that many of my constituents have talked about the difficulties they faced last year when many of the cards couldn't be activated and needed to be replaced. Do you have a figure on how many cards needed to be reissued?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston, for the question. So, yes, the Territorian or senior Territorians had a challenging time last year at the start of the financial year because of a third-party provider issued cards had some challenges. So the department has actively worked with the provider and also with the DCDD at that time. Was it DCDD or directly? Yeah, DCDD at that time, and they had to reissue the card. So there were around 6,000 cards was replaced last year due to that fault, and we are anticipating there won't be an issue this year, but this is not something that the department foreseen that's going to come because money is being allocated with the third-party provider to issue the cards. So this was an issue happened with their system, not with the Northern Territory government.
So when were the final cards posted to recipients?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Member for Johnson. My advice is that around late August it took like a couple of months for that to be resolved, from 1st of July to end of
Thank you.
22nd of August.
Thank you. Great. And do you have what the cost ended up being to the department for the card replacement? Did you bear the cost of that, or?
My advice is no. It's been, as I mentioned, like there was a contract provided to a third-party provider. It was a fault at their end, and they fixed that issue.
Okay. And my last question was, what has been done to ensure the same situation does not occur this year, which you have answered, so thank you. Happy to pass on.
Member for Arafura?
Yeah, just on that increasing awareness for just back on that, do you have like a mapping, a year mapping in regards to getting out to the regions, educating, people in the regions?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura. I'll just pass it on to the CEO to respond. Thank you.
Let me just make it more pointed. How many trips or outreach engagements your team have undertaken to provide the information in regards to concessions, a breakdown in the major centres and remote areas?
Thank you. I'll pass it on to the CEO to respond.
Through the chair, thank you, Member for Arafura. I don't have that data, but I can assure you the team attend all the regional seniors expos. We also work very closely with Council of the Ageing, who we fund, who also ensure that information is provided. As I said, our process is that we're working with our NT government partners who are located in remote communities, where those key interface sites are. For us, the key one is health departments, where they're in NT Health run clinics, around ensuring that that people are made aware of the concession scheme and who may be eligible, and if they're not a member, how we can support them to become one. But it is a piece of work we've started, and it's one we really want to ramp up and do more in.
Would that be the same for the Aboriginal run clinics like Red Lily and Malala that are out in my region?
Yep.
Thank
Because
you.
we find that health clinics are probably in a remote community, a place where most people will go at some point, and it's a good place for information.
Thank you, Member for
Thank you.
Arafura. Member for Daly?
Just trying to understand more around the NT concession scheme to ensure that people who are eligible in remote Aboriginal communities have the opportunity to apply for it, and you're doing that other work with agencies to interlink with them. Is some of that work done with the Department of Housing in terms of tenancy agreements that are put in place? They may have that list available. I understand there's automatic deductions from Centrelink payments, so that may be able to link it up quickly to ensure that people have access to the scheme. Is that work being done too? And if so, when is it likely to finish to ensure that people have access?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. Because it's a specific question about at the department level, I'll just pass it on to the CEO to respond. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Member for Daly. We haven't gone into that closer piece of work with Department of Housing, but it is something that we have written to them about, around what we can do around a partnership approach to increase our membership and what they can do with their staff on the ground to support that.
Thank you. And I understand the scheme, you have to apply year by year. Is that the case, or am I thinking of the seniors recognition?
You have to renew your membership for both schemes annually. So between January to June every year is our period where we send out notifications to all members to renew their membership.
Yeah. Is there any reason for that?
That was due to, it was a fraud control mechanism.
Fraud control.
about 2018, I think, from memory.
Yeah, and when that notice is sent out to remind people to reapply, is it reapplying from the beginning, or is it as basic as saying, yes,
just-
I'm still eligible?
Yes,
or
they just have to
something?
go on and verify on the website. They don't have to reapply and re-provide all their information. It's a web link, and you can go on. It's fairly simple.
Okay. And for people in remote communities that wouldn't have access to internet or computers?
I can check with the team, but I think that they're supported, and people can ring up our concessions unit and they can help you over the phone to do it as well.
I've just got a follow-up question. So with the renewal, is that because obviously one of the eligibility criteria is you have to be a Northern Territory resident for more than 50% of the year, which is why you would need to then sort of justify, reconfirm your residency status. Yep. Each time. Thank you.
Oh, another follow-up?
Yeah,
Member for Johnston.
thank you, Chair. And I think you said earlier that part of what you're looking at is trying to assist people with things like the 100 points for ID in terms of looking at barriers for people to access the card. Is that right? Through the Minister.
So I'll just respond, get CEO to respond to that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. Yeah, so it's just an initial discussion that we've had with actually our housing colleagues around what they've identified, and also health colleagues, that some people don't have the right kind of identification to get the 100 points of ID, even to be eligible for Centrelink payments. And what can we do around that as a broader whole of government approach, because it's more than just a concession scheme that would be impacted. And what we can also do for those people who are eligible and do have the ID, about how we're picking them up and making sure that they can access both schemes where they're eligible.
I'm sure my colleague would be very happy to hear about cutting red tape. Is there anything else that you've identified, particularly in relation to this scheme, that could assist with people being able to access it who aren't currently?
So my advice is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. Member for Goyder.
Minister, we've discussed this before. As you're aware, there are residents in my electorate and across the rural area that don't have the luxury of being able to use the concessions on water and sewage, given that they have their own sewage and bore water or rainwater tanks and are not connected to town water. Is the government looking at any options for how the concession schemes might be able to be rejigged so that the rural seniors who pay for their water through their power bill aren't being left out?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder. So through the Senior Ministerial Advisory Council, so there is a working group currently working on this, and the department is supporting that to have some communication with the Treasury on how we can look on to that and whether we can change that, because this is something that another thing you wrote to me earlier, you discussed on multiple occasions, and some of the remote and regional members in the council has mentioned as well. So that work is currently underway with the Treasury to see whether we can move that from like towards the power bill, for example, but the exercise or the costing model needs to be done, and that's currently underway.
No. Any other questions on 1.2?
Your question, Owen?
Output?
I'll ask one more question, sorry.
Member for Goyder.
With on 1.2 before we move, 1.3, sorry, once before we move on.
Sorry.
Can you advise the committee on what funding in the concession scheme? Because on paper it does look like there has been a slight reduction, but how are we assisting the cost of living for specifically our seniors and those on the concession scheme?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder. So in this current financial year, so the revised budget was $30.320 million, whereas on the next budget it's 30.196, and that The 0.12 million decrease for the Northern Territory concession and the recognition scheme budgets primarily relates to 0.19 million related to the realignment of budget across outputs to ensure consistency in employee funding rate and centralized office of CEO cost previously allocated to other outputs. This is a reporting adjustment only and no impact on the department's total budget.
Thank you. Any other questions on 1.3? That concludes consideration of output 1.3 of output group 1. I will now call for questions. Sorry, Minister, do we need time to change members? Nope, we're good. Okay. I'll now call for questions on output group 2, sport, output 2.1, sport and recreations. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Member for Daly.
Chair, noting, don't have much time, assuming some people have questions on this, other people, so just pull me up when you need if you've got questions for your electorate. Through the Chair, Minister, is there any funding in the budget for the upgrade of Gardens Oval that the member for Fenny Bay promised during the last election?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. So there is no money in this budget, but that's with another department's budget, with the Department of Housing.
Department of Housing for upgrades to Fenny Bay, so Fenny Bay Oval? Or?
Sorry, local government, because it's one department, Department of Local Government, Housing and Community Development.
Okay, but there has been funding in there, do you know, or you're not sure? Or
There will be, yeah.
There will be.
There is funding allocated, and
Member for Daly, I think you can probably direct that question to the Minister for Housing, Local Government and on Monday.
sorry, Chair, I can say I think there is funding from this government. $2 million is committed towards the Gardens Oval, and that announcement will be coming out tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yes. Breaking news from the Sports Minister himself.
Thank you, Minister.
Taking the light off.
Any more questions? Member for Daly?
Yes, I do. I was going to ask a couple around remote communities. Or do you want to ask? You ask a couple. Yeah. Okay, no, that's all right. Yeah, and again, conscious of time, so if you want to ask any questions about your electorate, just feel free to butt in. Which remote communities are expected to receive support through territory-funded sport and recreation programs during the 2026-27?
So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly, for that questions. So when it under the Active Regional and Remote Communities Program, so the following council will receive the funding. Barclay providers through the expression of interest, 457. Yeah, because the Barclay Council do not want to provide that funding, so it's going through an expression of interest process through the Barclay Council. Bellewain Council, $81,000 next financial year. Central Desert Regional Council, $451,000. Kumali Regional Council, $127,000. East Tanam Regional Council, $624,000. When it comes to McDonald Council as well, it will be in that region, providers via expression of interest, $512,000. Roper Gulf Regional Council, $592,000. Brute Archipelago Regional Council, $173,000. TV Islands Regional Council, $150,000. Victoria Darling Regional Council, $354,000. Waggett Beach Council, $56,000. West Annam Regional Council, $384,000. West Daly Regional Council, $234,000. And to be reallocated across other outputs, $97,000.
Thank you, Minister. What time we got? Do you guys have a question or? Yeah, all right.
Member for Goyder.
Minister, and I'm happy for you to take this one on notice. How many sports vouchers have been redeemed for clubs located within the Freds Pass Reserve Sporting Complex in the reporting period?
Thank you, Member for Daly, and thank you, Chair.
Goyder, thank you.
Member for Goyder. Thank you, Chair. Again, like this is something that we don't have that information available directly, but as per the regional breakdown, I can say like in Litchfield, $112,000 is being redeemed until 31st of March 2026. I don't know the number of vouchers should be one.
I'm satisfied with that number to answer the question because that'll encompass Freds
So that's
Pass.
the Litchfield, but I don't know whether it's particularly in Fred Pass because the people living in the Litchfield Council can redeem on other activities as well.
Yeah. And with the regards to the Learn to Swim vouchers, do we know what the uptake is as a percentage of the people who are eligible for that scheme, the Learn to Swim vouchers?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder, for that question. So 4,099 vouchers have been redeemed as of 31 March 2026, which is a 5% increase compared to 3,898 during the same period on previous financial year.
Thank you. And a question that I know the member for Blaine would love to ask, what is the current status of the Woodruff Oval redevelopment? Can you provide us with an update?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder, for that question. So with the Woodruff development, there are two, like one Palmerston Cricket Club through the NT Cricket is the peak body, and also the Darwin Buffaloes through the AFLNT. So there were like many meetings that has happened as a joint meeting in this current financial year, and the department is very close to negotiate a deal between the NT Cricket and AFLNT to have those two clubs to agree on a long-term lease arrangement that will help the project to move ahead, because one of the complexity of this particular project, there is like a land that is leased by perpetuity by the Palmerston Cricket Club as a crown lease, and there is the Department of People, Sport and Culture looking after other areas as well. So in order for that development to happen, there should be a long-term lease arrangement between the both club. That was one of the reasons why there was a delay on this one. So we are almost reached to a point that the initial 900,000 will be moved across in this financial year and put on to a hold on until that lease agreement is being submitted. And once that been agreed on, the project will move on, and we will be able to see like the AFL and cricket going to utilize that upgraded facility 12 months of the year.
Thank you. While I'm on a roll, what about the Gillen Oval redevelopment down in Alice Springs?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Goyder, for the question. The Gillen Oval Multi-Sport Precinct is a key election commitment to deliver a new multi-use community sporting facility in Alice Springs, supporting the increased participation across the multiple sport. So the project is being led by the Department of Logistics and Infrastructure with a design and construct procurement approach adopted to accelerate delivery timelines. Design has progressed and the construction anticipated to commence later this year. Practical completion is currently targeted for early 2027, delivering new sporting infrastructure including irrigated playing fields, change rooms, spectator amenities and supporting infrastructure. This is going to be a significant addition for the Alice Springs as a overall, and I think we'll be able to see like a lot more Territorians going to use that oval, because it's a very significant investment from the Territory CLP government for the Alice Springs region.
And my last question before I'll cede the floor. Does your department have any specific grants or funding available for new clubs that are going through the process of forming with the Constitution and trying to incorporate? And the most recent example I can think of was the Livingston Jets as a new rugby club, but is there any funding or grant support for helping to establish new clubs in the territory that your department offers?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Gorda. So my advice is there is no current funding provisions available to support the new clubs. But from my understanding, once they are a registered club, there will be many opportunities for them to apply for multiple grants through the CBF and other departments as well. So there will be opportunities that's currently available for other clubs that they will be able to utilize. Thank you.
Thank you. I know the member for Arafura has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you confident the Melbourne Football Club will continue playing AFL games in Alice Springs beyond the end of their current agreement?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura. So that's contract negotiations for all the major events sits with the Tourism and Events Northern Territory, which Minister Boothby is responsible. That's a question that you can communicate with her, and I'm not across any information around that.
Okay, so no negotiations yet? Didn't sit down or reach
It
out?
sits with the Tourism and Events,
tourism.
which is Minister Boothby. So you
All
can
right.
raise that question to her.
I've got a sport and recreation question. How many communities, remote communities, sport and recreation positions are currently funded by the government?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Arafura. Given the time, it's only like 2 minutes, so I'll just take that question on notice. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Member for Arafura, can you just repeat the question for the record?
How many remote community sport and recreation positions are currently funded by the government?
Minister, do you accept the question?
By the Department of People, Sport and Culture, I won't be able to take a question for all of the government. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay, the question asked by the member for Arafura of the minister has been allocated the number 4.9. And I think we've got time for one last final question. Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Goyder, for reminding me that I had this question to ask. What support is the department offering to the Pints Club, who recently went into voluntary administration? Will you support a new not-for-profit to take over, or support someone in the process of taking it over? It's a big concern to many people in my electorate.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So I'll just get the CEO to respond to that question. Yeah, thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Member Sir Johnson. It's a complex matter because they had a Crown lease in perpetuity, so it is actually not the Department of People, Sport and Culture. It's actually a mix between the Department of Lands, Planning, Environment, Crown Lands Estate, along with the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations under the Associations Act. Yeah.
So who would I ask about that?
You would ask Minister Burgoyne from the Crown Lands and Minister Carl for the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So that concludes estimates hearings for today. Hearings will recommence at 9 a.m. Monday, 15th of June, with questions for the minister.
Chair, can I just add some comment?
I'll give you a chance.
Because we haven't gone through other outputs, specifically when it comes to within the sports. I just want to say that we got like the World Cup for the soccer coming through, and the Department of People, Sport and Culture, Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations working with the football entity to provide opportunity for the Territorians to see the Socceroos game there. And also when it comes to arts, I just want to acknowledge all the fantastic work that's been done in the arts industry, because we haven't got the time to reach to that portfolio. So we just want to also inform that recently there was like a lot of impact from the floods at the Daly region, and there was a confirmed $30,000 grant for Mirpen Arts recently been given to for celebrating their 40th anniversary as well. So we communicated with them as well. So I just want to add on to through the outputs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I was going to give you the chance to finish up, but you took the wind out of my sails. Did you want to take the opportunity to thank your staff while you're here?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I just want to thank all the staff members working at the executive level to working on the ground on different portfolios or different areas of my ministerial portfolio, because I have been seeing all this wonderful work that they've been doing. As I mentioned earlier, there are like offices under some areas like multicultural affairs with 2 staff members, youth team that always been working like in and out, like I think evening, and also I have normally see them on the weekend on many events as well. So, and also when it comes to the disability, like the specific area has been working lot of putting lot of hours recently because of all the changes and the information that we have to rely on behalf of the Northern Territory and the disabled community to the federal government. And I think they worked a lot of extra hours. I just want to thank everyone in the Department of People, Sport and Culture, because we are a small department, but when it comes to the reach, we reach all across the territory, and we can clearly see that the wonderful work that the department is doing across the territory as well. And when it comes to our government's lifestyle strategy, I'm proud to say that my department is working really well to support that strategy as well. So once again, thank all the members of the department. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of the committee, I'm sure we all thank you as well for your work. I'll now finalise my statement. That concludes the estimates hearings for today. Hearings will recommence at 9 a.m. Monday the 15th of June with questions from the Minister for Health. Thank you, everyone.